Hi there. I'm going to finish making my cup of coffee and I'll be right with you. Going to be kind of scooting in and out a little bit. As it happens, I finally fixed the issues I was having with the Motu, and I can explain how I did it if anybody is in a similar situation. I might do so anyway, just in case anybody's in a similar situation in the future and is looking up stuff like that. But for now, I'm going to go and continue making my cup of coffee. Swear I'm going to need a making coffee cam if I carry this on. Let me fool with some of my stuff and make the chat show up on my stream. By the time I finish doing that, I'll be able to go and get my cup of coffee and start drinking it. Firstly, let's pop out chat and make it be live chat, as is my wont. And back into OBS to switch over to the chat window that changes every time. There we go. Hey, Constellation 33X. I gotta say, it's a bit of a relief having the getting the Motu working properly, because those were not happy days. First doing a studio jam where I couldn't even get anything to work, and then following it up by doing a plugin post where I had to run everything, including the demo of the plugin, through the Blackmagic ATEM, which is not set to the same line level as the output of the Motu. So I distorted everything really heavily. That's the most terrible I've sounded in years. I am working on getting all of these things fixed and better. Hey, Music Factory Studios. Among them, let me shuffle around like my mouse pad and stuff. I'm going to be using it for the laptop that you see here. And I bet my coffee is ready, so let me go and grab that. There I am. There we go. Ta-da! So firstly, I probably should refocus here. Let me fool with this a little bit. It's bunking against the screen. Not that much I can do about that. I'm going to try to get as comfortable as possible for this stuff. How's everyone doing? I'm doing better on the grounds of I got the Motu working. So what you're hearing now is, in fact, the, here. Boop. So what you're hearing, oh, that reminds me I was going to focus. Hang on. Dum-de-dum. I really need a setup of an elaborate series of solenoids just so that I can have a little remote with buttons and things and push a button for stuff like focus this camera. And by that I mean this camera. Go. And there now I can sit in a more comfortable position working on my coding. I am all staring at things everywhere. Don't mind me figuring out what I can do about this little preview that's going to distract me the entire time if I don't do something about it. Maybe I'll do this. Maybe I'll put chat in front of it. And this is here. I'm just going to shuffle windows. I have a secret. I was talking about how I was getting all of this stuff to work. Well, check this out. I got a secret. This is what I did. This is how we're able to hear me. And I made it work in such a way that it will be able to work even if I'm doing the multi-tracking using all of the inputs on the Motu. Here's the deal. If I turn the Motu on in OBS, I can drag OBS over to where you can see it too, I think. Oh wait, what am I doing? This is a wireless mouse. I can put it right here. So you can see OBS, you can see that I'm coming in through mic aux, and OBS is actually off. And if it was on, it wouldn't be doing anything. And that's because the way it's working, it will only give OBS the input from analog inputs 1 and 2, which is spectacularly unhelpful, because if you're doing multi-tracking in Logic, you probably want to run stuff into analog inputs 1 and 2 and record something using them. You don't want to delegate that, you don't want to assign the entire mix to analog inputs, not outputs, inputs 1 and 2. Although the OBS stuff will let you do that. It will let you do many things, including things that just make piles of feedback or horrible noises, and I did a lot of that last Saturday. But it also lets you assign inputs to all manner of things. And if I patch the outputs of the full mix into the input 1 and 2, I can use this 16A channel to stream everything. But if I was trying to track, I would be only streaming, and people heard this on Saturday, just tracks 1 and 2 as individual tracks. But by using this little thing, which is called line in, and I might need to hope desperately that it has a Apple M1 version in the future. This says, I show you audio capture, which is a way of rerouting stuff in Core Audio. And I've got it set to inputs 17 and 18. Now the 16A doesn't have analog inputs for 17 and 18, but that's why I sent the main out to the supposed input 17 and 18, and then line in, and I knew I'd used it before, I had forgotten how I worked it. Line in is set to here. I can even show you. I think I can do this quickly. I'll go silent for a moment. And I'll tell you why channel 13 works. 13 is my mic input. So I'm going to have to remember to switch, to switch line in around to make that work. But this is how I have solved the 16A headaches, is I wasn't able to do it entirely in 16, which I was trying to do. But I was able to do it by routing stuff, and I'm tempted to show you that as well. But if anybody has a 16A, I'll do that for you, but I'm guessing that I'm the only one. Same would apply for the 8A, I believe. And I think those are generally good. They are not as good sounding as the Lavery capture device that I was using when I was running full analog. But that only has 2 channels, so it was the best I had at the time. Meaning it sounds considerably better than the 16A actually does. But I couldn't do a full mix into it. I couldn't do all the different recordings and things. And next time I get into it, I'm hoping that's going to work out fairly well. So for now, let's reshuffle our windows around some more, because that's what I was going to do. Line in is still working. I want to move this so that I can see some of the controls. And I think I have lost the chat window. Oh, this is why. There we are. And just shuffle these windows endlessly until I have them doing what I want, which is kind of covering up some of this stuff like the screen here. It is going to continue to blink, but you know what? I can shift the chat window just enough. Yeah. Well, thanks, Music Factory Studios. Rogue Amoeba has an app called Loopback that does this as well. Exactly. I'm using an app that is much like Loopback or whatever. So basically, if I need this in future and it's not working on what I've got now, and remember that I use set systems as if they're like an analog tape machine. What I do is I get it working on, like, this version of audio, Mojave for the OS, and so on and so forth. I get the system together and I get it working, and then I don't want to touch it. I don't want to do anything to it as long as it's functional, which is why it flips me out when stuff like the video capture just randomly fails some of the time. That blows a big hole in my world. And in fact, if all goes well, today I'm getting in the mail this little Razer video capture device, which is really for gamers. But the nice thing about that is, because it's for gamers, it'll do your 1080p HDMI capture to the computer losslessly and at 60 FPS. Now, that doesn't mean I'm running at 60 FPS. I'd rather do 30, because my cameras aren't necessarily going to go 60. And I'm not sure how much benefit there is to a music-oriented stream focusing on that. But if that shows up today and I can install it, I might be able to get around having to run an extra capture card just to try to convince the ATEM Mini to capture. Plus, I might also get a video improvement. And by that, what I mean is that the video for the ATEM, the webcam setup that I use that you're seeing now, is not only unreliable on my machine. I'm sure there are some machines that it's fine, but on my machine it's grossly unreliable. I cannot count on it being there when I want to go live. And it's also only capable of sending, well, first of all, I have a feeling that it's sending 720p. When I set it up in OBS and go for a default setting, it's always 720p. And if I tell it, okay, you're doing 1080p now, it will produce a 720p sized window in OBS. So I have a feeling that this entire time, like my video capture is not as rated. Somehow it's different. Somehow it's broken, because rather than taking the HDMI out, and I know the HDMI out is 1080p because I've tried to plug a smaller, an old monitor into the HDMI out and had it fail. It's like, okay, not supported because it's trying to do like 1080p 60 or something. And with a bit of luck, the Razer will actually give me what was advertised being a 1080p output. I suspect the ATEM Mini is only irregular, and maybe it has something to do with like the cable it's using or whatever. Maybe it's just not very good. Everything else about it is wonderful, but it seems to be, the webcam output seems to be hopelessly compromised and broken. And I ain't investing in the caliber of Blackmagic equipment that would set me up with like your full video studio, everything. There's all manner of stuff that you can do with a full Blackmagic setup. For instance, running much fancier cables than HDMI, SDI cables. There's a lot of neat stuff about that. But right now the missing link is the output of this ATEM Mini. And, that's the one. That's the one. Razer Ripsaw. And I only need it to work in OBS. I'm willing to do literally everything in OBS. Which does also mean that if OBS breaks, I'm completely boned. But it's kind of like if you have a recording studio and you're based on a Studer 24 track. If your Studer 24 track breaks, you're boned, because that's what you are. That's what you're set up to do. So the hope is that when I do get the Razer Ripsaw, which hopefully will come today, I can just patch it in off of the HDMI of the ATEM Mini, which is fine with everything else. Everything else about it is delightful. And then I'll have both better video, but also more reliable. I wonder actually sometimes whether maybe some of this stuff, like, there are people whose setups I see here. A good example is the noted audio and synthesizer Flack Richie Tinas. And I call him an audio synthesizer Flack because the guy is like a walking commercial. He talks about stuff that he enjoys. He's probably getting paid or being given gear to talk about. He used to work for a company and he's just really well connected with all this kind of stuff. But he backs it up with the most impressive audio and visual quality I've seen around. Like Ricky Tina's videos, watch stuff like that just to see how good the visuals can be. And I'm not as good as him. I don't know how to make it look as good. I work on it from time to time, but all of these things take time and effort. And a fair amount of time I have to put into doing things like plugins, like Seriously 2. That's the latest one. And I'm pretty happy with how that worked out. But yeah, the whole deal there. Oh, I just had a thought. Give me a second, I'm going to grab something. I just realized I have a resource that I wasn't aware of. I am so surrounded by computers, it is just straight up hilarious. Honestly, I might end up having to do a thing along the lines of my hardware concept of coming up with a way, and I gotta check this by Patreon or something like that. I might need to start just redistributing my older generation computers, because they're starting to pile up, man, and I'm not really enthusiastic about the amount of effort that would go into selling them. There's not a lot of point sending it to Apple for refurbishing, because I'm not going to get a lot of money off of that. They're really, like, the thing I'm streaming on, they would give me like $3,000 in refurbishedness. And that's actually a hell of a drop. The streaming machine, and I'm pointing to, was meant to carry me for a long time, and they hadn't even hinted at the fact that they were doing M1 at the time. So I got good performance for a while, but man, did I make a false step there. I would have been better off waiting a little while. And the new stuff is the M1. I've been in conversations on places like Hacker News where people are talking about whether, the M1 is not as good as the new Intel stuff coming out and so on. And they're like, oh, you're never going to be able to get anything done with only 8 gigs of RAM. And they're wildly, hilariously wrong, but you kind of have to work with this stuff. Like, there was somebody talking about the comparison between the new M1 Mini, which is about $700 worth of computer, and the previous one, which is about $700 worth of computer based on Intel. And for a while there, that was the fastest single-core score on a Mac of any kind, including the Pros, was that very latest generation M1 of the of the Intel. And as it happened, I was running that for a while. And one of the things that I did was I went to OWC, which is Other World Computing, if I'm remembering correctly. And I set it up with 64 gigs of RAM. I maxed out the RAM because I was like, this is the Intel Mac Mini that's the most recent generation. Let me see if I can make everything go on this. As it happened, I couldn't do all of it, like this video stuff that I'm doing. I couldn't do the video stuff while also running like Logic. Oh, the new one is just the laptop screen. It's the Pro, but it only comes in the basic size screen. The reason I grabbed it is because I just realized something about the coding that I'm doing. And this is the thing in which I'm going to be coding the new versions of here, I'll make it a little darker. The new versions of my plugins, I'm going to have to be compiling them on that. Oli Larkin of the iPlug GUI framework knows his stuff with this stuff and has also appreciated my plugins for a while, and so he compiled one of them into the new format for me, where specifically he made the changes to the code base, which I don't understand yet what he did. I'm going to have to work on that for a while, although I was able to get his changes to compile on my machine. I produced a Airwindows binary, which was of acceleration, that runs on that machine. I've tested it. I'm not sure whether I have a different version of Logic, but I'm not even getting the bug for the slider not working. On my M1, not only does the plugin work, but also the slider works. So that's a really good sign. And that's in Logic. It just might not be the version. They did fix the keyboard. Everything about it is just silly awesome. And yeah, and the Oh, and there's a cute thing, if you're curious about these, there's a cute thing that Linus from Linus Tech Tips discovered, which is very my brand. If I had known about this, it would have changed my decision. I didn't at the time, so I got the one that has a fan inside it, and I'm fine with that because it is a little bit more powerful than the MacBook Air, and just general things about it. I was like, no, it's worth doing this hardcore. But the MacBook Air, the M1 Air, has no fan. And the one with the fan is still silent. I've never done anything on it, including like running the compiles and all the stuff that I could to try to ramp it up. And yeah, see, here, let me look at what I'm running. Here, just for laughs, and I can't see my own screen here because I find it distracting, so yep, Airwindows new Mac is an M1 MacBook Pro. Have I just touched it? Oh no, I haven't. Things keep coming in and out of the hotbar because it is capable of recognizing that I have something open in Chromium. So this little Chromium thing pops up and goes away, and I find that very distracting. But let's show you how fast it launches Logic. I'll hold it up. This is going to be incredibly awkward, but I've dealt with this before. It's just going to be awkward. Brightness as bright as possible, and I'm going to lean over this way and try to hold this up, and it's reflecting the, okay, that's not great. I'm having a hard time holding it in the right position because the old laptop is sitting in my way. There we go. All right, let's show you how fast, oh, this is so hard. Oh my God. Let's do it like this. That's terrible. Let's do it like, okay, there we go. This is the dumbest thing ever. I want to show you how fast it opens Logic Pro. And if I do that, I can do what version it is. And I'll tell you what version it is that this is working on. But open Logic Pro. It wants to download my dumb things. So that's actually, oh, heck with you. That's not helpful. I wanted it to just spring to life, but that kind of shows you maybe a little bit. And yeah, so we can see we've got that, and my version is 10.6.1. So for whatever reason, mine was working. And it might just be because all of these interstitials are driving me insane. What I wanted to show was how fast it would spring to life showing you the relevant document. And that's what it would not do. Because it was trying to download its gigabyte of stupid Apple loops and stuff, and so it just threw up all of these interstitial things. But the idea was to show you how fast the application springs into existence from nothing. Whatever. I tried to do the thing. I failed, but I tried to do the thing. So let me try to pull some of this other dumb stuff back. Again, like I said, I might end up needing to redistribute some of these Macs because trying to keep up, I don't think any normal person would be able to do this. And in all honesty, part of it is the fact that I have good Patreon support, and part of it is the fact that a couple of years back, my parents passed on. And they owned a house, and we sold the house and redistributed that to the kids who were their heirs. And that's paid for a goodly number of Macs to help pursue the Airwindows project and keep it moving forwards. So there's that. But that also means I now have a pile of relatively recent and very workable Macs that just keep getting left behind by the new ones. I'm not sure how long I can keep that up, by the way. It gets a little ridiculous. It's less ridiculous with the MacBook, because even as a fairly advanced one, that is not nearly as expensive as what I had to pay for the iMac Pro that is running the streaming and stuff. And the iMac Pro that is capable of doing software compression to x64 at slow while also running an entire Logic session and doing multi-tracking without dropping a beat. That's fairly demanding. That required a more powerful machine than I've had in recent years, and so that's why I ended up having to go for that last year, and I've only started using it now. But yeah, that laptop would probably be able to do the same thing for like a fifth of the price. So go figure. And Apple would only give me like $3,000 back on the big fancy iMac Pro capable of doing all that stuff, because things have just moved that fast. I have no regrets, but any normal person would have been better advised to just not be upgrading until this new generation came around. And they weren't telling. I was talking on Hacker News about this also. I kind of suspect the reason that the literal Mac Pros that they came out with, the cheese grater kind, that were these huge monstrous things, I think that's Veblen pricing. I think those were intentionally priced at ridiculously, like if you started to max them out, it's like $50,000 and $10,000 for the fancy screen. Oh, $1,000 for the stand for the fancy screen. I think that's Veblen pricing. I think they were intentionally setting it up so people didn't buy that stuff because they were about to eclipse it completely. And if you had lots of people buying their fancy stuff because they were really pushing it out there just before they were about to eclipse it completely, you might have run into some kind of class action lawsuit. They're saying like, oh, this is the best ever, and then they completely go beyond. But now we're starting to see them completely go beyond, so it's jumping on that. And yes, there will indeed be coding today. That's why I grabbed the laptop, is because I have the idea. Let's dive into that. It's only 11:37. I can take like an hour and a half or so just for that. I got to tell you, I am relieved at having got the audio patching using the Motu and stuff into a working, like I found the silver bullet for making it work again. I think I had found it previously and then I forgot what I had done. So last Saturday's jam stream, which was more of a build studio stream, and yesterday's plugin post were with the most catastrophically bad audio that just cast great shame upon me. In fact, I think I was even using lower compression on the video to try to get more. I was trying to figure out where I was, the power was failing and all of that. Right now, I'm using the better video preset, and yeah, I could end up doing a special stream on the new Mac, but there's like months of work to get it all together. Among other things, I got to port the plugins over. That's going to take a really long time. I could do a special stream on the old Mini, the Intel-based Mac Mini, and I'll tell you why. Because I've got that set up to work with a graphics tablet thing that I got. Remember, Rich Uncle Oswald died, or in my case, like my mom and dad literally died a couple of years back, and they owned a house, and the kids sold the house, and one of the things I was able to do was get a graphics tablet, a Cintiq, a Wacom Cintiq. I've now got that little Mac Mini that I had tried to run for a while, and I couldn't do the fancy multi-tracking and streaming on it. And I also found that I couldn't do like Minecraft and streaming of that on it because it wasn't fast enough. It was dropping frames like crazy, and you just couldn't make it perform. Very differently to the laptop, which is more than capable of all that stuff. But the laptop you can't plug an Ethernet cable into. The laptop is all wireless all the time. And I do have Wi-Fi, but my Wi-Fi is like an antique airport. So it's barely able to keep up with my fairly limited broadband, which itself is not like fiber or anything like that. So there's just lots of weaknesses everywhere. Like one of the things I'm wanting to do at the moment, just looking at where the gaps are in my whole setup, and I'll get to coding, but like feeling a certain amount of relief for being able to get the audio good on the stream again means I'm thinking about that, and I'm thinking about it big time and really heavily. So one of the things I was missing on last Saturday when I did the jam stream was I had to go off camera and lay a drum track. And the sound of everything was absolutely terrible, but I laid a drum track live on stream and we fooled with it a little bit. And I was able to do that in a matter of like under 10 minutes because all of my stuff was available to like patch together. I patched the chords backwards so that my left and right were reversed. But I was able to do that, and I tracked a drum track live on stream, and it was fine. Meaning that people kind of heard it, but I went off camera. I need a camera up there in my drum room. I've got a spare camera input on the ATEM, meaning that if I had either a wireless HDMI or some kind of suitable, incredibly long HDMI cable, I might even have that. And the relevant camera, or steal one from what I'm already using. Like I could steal one from what's showing the modular synthesizer and put it up there. Then I'd be able to do this kind of thing and go like, okay, hit a button, switch over to the drum room cam and go and lay drum tracks, and people would be watching me literally playing while I was laying the tracks for the stuff. And that'd be pretty freaking cool. I'd like that. What would be even better is if I had a set of little solenoids. They're like electric powered push button things, and wired up a circuit where I could go into the drum room and there would be a motion sensor and it would literally switch the camera to the drum room, seeing that I had walked into there. That would be super cool, and the ATEM isn't able to do that all by itself. I'd have to set up little solenoids to push the buttons and a whole set of other stuff to analyze like a motion sensor for, oh, is there movement in this room? Let's go in, let's switch the video over to this room because something moved in there. Things like that would make the live streaming and sharing the composing and improvising of music side of things much more pleasing and chill and enjoyable, because like the reason I need my gear to behave properly and work is because when I have to keep track of like which camera is on and so on and so forth, that's distracting and that's too much extra stuff. Oh, you're thinking of that horrible old movie. I know exactly what you're talking about, Uncle Jesse. So maybe not that. That would be a way of playing a keyboard, right? But that's literally what was in the movie. Yeah, Freddy got fingered is what we're referring to. So yeah, I'd like a drum room cam. I'd like to be able to switch to a camera where if I was going to record drums, I'd be able to show it on the stream, and that would make this, I mean, enough of that stuff and I could start going on Twitch or multi-streaming to Twitch and have people be like, holy shit, and start paying attention to it there, because I feel like I'm not nearly good enough for for some of that stuff. But that's why I work on improving. And speaking of working on improving, let's switch over, as Bo suggested, to the coding side of things. Because I feel I've talked around all the other kind of stuff. So, boop. And that should be, let me fuss with my Windows a little bit just to make sure that what I'm seeing is correct. Yep, seems about right. Oh, no, it's not at all. Hang on. I'm going to fix the thing. That is not actually the size of picture that I normally use. I went to the default position for that. What I need to do is fire up macros, run the coding picture-in-picture macro, and that'll make it be a little bit bigger. And now I'm going to shuffle all my windows around even more just to get it back to what I was working with, which was basically acceptable. Yup. Yeah, as far as alternate streams are concerned, I have gone to some trouble to like run a Ethernet cable over to the old Mini that's now plugged into a Wacom display tablet. And there are cheaper versions of display tablets out there. Somebody who does good reviews of that stuff has stopped doing it, but has done good reviews of that stuff, is somebody whose Patreon I actually support. It's an animator, a lady going by Crown Prince. And if you look up Crown Prince on YouTube, CROWNE space PRINCE, and she spent a bunch of time reviewing some of the alternate display tablet / screens that you can get. And some of that stuff would probably work with like M1 Mac Minis, because at this stage, like, unless there's the actual compatibility that matters and that you know you're going to be dealing with, I would see no reason for like doing like I did years ago and getting the 2017 Intel-based Mac Mini. It's cute, it's powerful for its generation, but they're selling an M1 version now. And the M1 version just clobbers everything so hardcore that you might as well run with that. But if I can get into doing fooling with animation, it might be worth messing with that. But here, let's get into something which, firstly, I'm going to check and make sure that my audio works. So this being my studio mains and all. And I do certainly seem to be getting audio, so that's off of the coding laptop, which is like an antique running 1068. The great thing about digital audio is, like, as long as you have the converters, it almost doesn't matter what you have for a computer for the digital audio. Like, I've been returning for a little tinkering to the G4 PowerBook that my corporate programmer brother gave me at one point, because he had long since abandoned it and had it lying around in a closet or something. And the neat thing about those is this one that I'm on now that you see the screen on, it has a digital optical out. And I think this one even also has the digital optical in, but the G4 PowerBook had a digital optical out and a digital optical in. And you can get obscenely good converters. Like what I was running my analog mixes into was the Lavry. and it was a Lavery Black 8010. And that's an obscenely good computer to this day. It'll go up to like 96K, and both of these computers will take in optical digital at 96K. So essentially, if you combine that with the DA10 that I'm using for just monitoring everything that I do, what you would have is a G4 PowerBook with state-of-the-art Sonics. Like better than almost anybody would have, because it's all about the converters rather than whether the computer is the latest and greatest and so on and so forth. Mind you, you would be getting terrible track counts in Logic at 96K. You would struggle to run like 8 tracks and put plugins on them on a G4 PowerBook, but you could get the audio in and out just fine. And there would be no penalty to the sound quality, like at all. So here we are on the 1068 on the old computer that I do the development on, or at least my primary development on. Mind you, I might end up moving the emulated stuff, namely the version of Windows 7 that I make the VSTs on, and the Ubuntu Studio Linux that I do the Linux plugins on. I could end up doing those emulations on the new laptop just because they would run so much faster. I'm running a PC emulation on essentially an antique Intel-based MacBook. And it works, it does what I need to, but if I was running, would I consider using neural? I don't know how. I don't know what one would do with neural networks. I suppose if anybody ever was to figure out how to do that, it would be me. The downside there is what you see right here, forward verb, right? We'll quickly build it. I have some ideas on it, some of which will involve me looking up the stuff on the other laptop, because I can like fire up Chromium on that and look up things without going into the streaming computer or connecting this older computer to the internet, because I'd rather not. Like, I'd rather leave the airport not even on. It screwed up the Windows and Linux virtual boxes at one point when I had the Wi-Fi on, so I'm being careful not to do that again. So let's see, where are we at? Well, I just built a version of this, and what we've had is forward verb existing as a... I can't actually see whether your chat is covering up the information you need to be able to see. Tell me if it fits or not. And I believe if I fire these things up, it'll open up in Twisted Wave. So let's do literally... Oh, hello, that's a big noisy noise. I think somebody just delivered to me a package. I can't think of what else that would have been. Dude, let me go and check. I just heard a noise outside. You might have even heard it. It was that loud. Not exactly. That's not exactly what I thought it was. Yeah. that was not a package being delivered. That was a high winds blowing over my trash can. And the reason that the trash can was blown over is because my garbage man, a local guy that picks up trash and is willing to do it every other week and charge less for it. I generate like one bag of trash about yay big every 2 weeks. Apart from things like packaging for, and that doesn't even count, because like if I get packaging in as far as getting a MacBook or whatever, I'm saving all the boxes so that I can put it back in its box and resell it or return it if needed. Oh, goodness. So yeah, that was just high winds blowing over my stuff. It blew over the trash can, which knocked over my snow shovels, and I put them back. Anyways, back into here. Recent effects. As you can see, I'm working on a new version of Purist Console. You'll be hearing that pretty soon. Here's forward verb. And what I've got and what I'm thinking about here is I would like to work out a more interesting way of doing this, because although it is doing a similar thing to like Infinity, here, let's show you a quick contrast between that and Infinity. IJK, lemons, I know what letters are. There we go. I think this damping actually is high as a larger number. So that's what the householder reverb sounds like. That is feedback. And at a larger level, it sounds like that. I think my max damping just gives me the natural fall off, and with no damping, this is fairly efficient space-wise. I wouldn't call it actually realistic sounding. You can kind of hear that, like different sizes, and I think I can use, well, no, the time constants aren't quite the same. You can have this, and this serves as, what happened to my damn glasses? Where did I put those down? There it is. Read my screen a little bit easier. So I wouldn't call this realistic sounding. This being the householder matrix kind. A simpler version of that, namely only 4 delay units. Whereas if we go to forward verb, even with no damping, I've got it turned up all the way. Currently I'm using damping as 1 means complete feedback out of the total end of everything into the beginning of it. And we get this. And I think that is a lot more plausible. I'll make it shorter. Oh, you will soon. I think it's sounding a lot more realistic, even at no damping. But of course, with damping to 0 and no feedback, what we get is this. Or this. That's literally what the sound of this device is at the speed that we're running and so on and so forth. Is it's doing a reverb effect, but it is the feed forward. I will explain. So you remember how the previous householder reverb, you remember how it had these 4 different delay tanks, and each one, you would take the output of it and you would feed it back into the input of each one of those delay tanks again. But you'd feed it back into the one that it just came out of normally, and you'd feed it into the other three inputs inverted. And if you do that with every single one, so there's a matrix, it's a householder reverb matrix, and every output of these little delay tanks, they're just an echo. That's all they are. It's just a delay. You can also call those comb filters, because depending upon what the speed of the delay is, it will cause comb filtering. But all they are is just a delay. And the output goes into the input of all of them, and you arrange it in the right way. Householder means you have 4 of them, and you can arrange it in such a way by inverting every one that the signal is not coming out of to go into the others. It winds up with a infinite sustain. Feedforward works like this. You've got your 4, and the output comes out of these simple delays, right? And you have another 4, and the input goes into the second ones. And then you got the second ones. And the output of those goes into the third bank of 4 reverbs. Or 4 delays, I'm sorry, not. It becomes a reverb. And you keep doing that as long as you want. You are just taking the outputs of one bank of delays and sending it into the input of another bank of delays. But when you use that householder algorithm, which is you take like A, B, C, D, output of A goes back into the input of A, but it also goes inverted into the input of B, inverted into the input of C, inverted into the input of D, and the output of B, goes back into the input of B again, but inverted into A, and so on. The outputs of all of them go back into the inputs of all of them in this matrix. And the way that works is, since it is the 4 delay tank version, you don't have to do gain changes anywhere. You just have the direct feedback. It's a perfect linear feedback. It will just keep echoing forever. And all the other ones are inverted. So the sound that goes into these will just keep permutating around forever, and that gives you that householder algorithm. And you heard it when I fired up Infinity. In fact, I've got that on. I may have switched away from the screen, but you get this. 4 little reverb tanks. Output of every one is feeding into the input of every one. So they expand and multiply a lot. Now with the this feedforward thing, you got your set of tanks, and you have an entirely separate set of tanks, and none of them actually feed back. So it's only going through a combination of delays, no matter what. And you get something like this. That is that high frequency blip. And I can also do it with like a snare noise or something. And you're hearing only the all wet. I haven't adjusted these at all. So if I include a bit of dry in there, you get a bit more of a sense of it. We've still got these banks of things, but instead of getting feedback again, the A from the first bank is going into A, B, C, D exactly as if it was doing the feedback thing, but it's going forwards. It's still a matrix. And what that means is you got a delay of like 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and then a delay of like 10, 20, 30, 40. The output of all of this is going to be, you're going to have an echo of like 10 plus 1, 10 plus 2, 10 plus 3, 10 plus 4, because it goes through all combinations of them. 20 plus 1, 20 plus 2, 20 plus 3, 20 plus 4, like that. And if you have a third bank, which we've got in this current example, you've got an additional level of complication. What you get is the resulting delay being, if you just had the one set, it would be just whatever these were. These 4 echoes, just hard-coded in there. No feedback or anything, just only these 4 echoes. You set it to the next one, and you have the mathematical combination of these 4 plus these 4 in every combination. Like if this was a 0, and this was a 10, and this was 100, and this was 1,000, and these were much more closely spaced, you'd have the closely spaced batch first, and then a slight pause, and then another batch, and then another batch, and then another batch, because they combine in that way. And if you had a third bank of reverbs, you would have the further combinations. And what we've got going on with this feedforward stuff is the calculations I made and wrote down on my notes that I'll be pursuing a little bit today. This dispersion matrix stuff, like this is what I was describing to you. This A and B and C, every single little delay feeds every other delay. And it will sound more dense because you get 4, and then instead of getting like 8 outputs, you get 16. You get 4 times 4. 4 times 2 is 8. Times 2 is 16. So you multiply. All of these little sections, each box is feeding each box in the second thing. It's not doing a feedback, but it is doing this branching thing going on where every output feeds 4 inputs. And it does, in fact, get dense in the dub sense of the word, but there's a weirdness to it as well. Namely, the delay times matter a huge amount, and that's what I'm going to be fooling with a little bit today. We might be able to get some nice results out of this. I've got 2 experiments to do today. One of them is making the most of this distribution, because the way this works, like if all of these delays were 10, like 10 milliseconds or 10 seconds, whatever, no matter what these permutations do, the end result would be 1 echo of 30 in length, because you can only have the combinations of all these different numbers multiplied by each other. You got 4 times 4 times 4, so that's 16 times 4, 64 distinct echoes out of the end of this. But if they reproduce the delay time, like if all the delays were the same, it would sound like 1 echo. And yep, and NC Sassberg, you are way ahead of me. This is why we look up prime numbers. If all of these were distinct prime numbers, then none of the delay times will actually line up. And so that's why I got into this stuff. I drew it out as a 3 matrix instead of a 4 matrix, but I was trying to think it out in my head and going like, this is what you get if you had like the first bank being small delays and then the last bank being really big delays. Then the differences in total delay time are not remotely big enough. You can have it so that even though you're doing all this multiplication, all the delay times line up so tightly that nothing happens. And you can also make it so that if you arrange it in a certain way, you can make the like if you had delay C in each thing of this matrix, each time there would be one delay that was like much longer than any of the others. So if you had your little matrix here, and you had like one sample, one sample, one sample, one sample, one sample, one sample, and 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, what you'd have is a bunch of things that came through as 1 second, a number of things that came through at pretty much 2 seconds, and just one echo that hit both C, C, and C in each of these matrices. So there would be the one echo that was like 3 seconds. It's how they get distributed. And I worked out that you'd be able to make the sparsest tail that was still arranged properly by doing a kind of multiplying or stepping outwards in a diagonal way, so that you'd have the shortest thing in one corner, and then you'd keep going, and then the longest delay, and you could be doubling it as you went if you wanted, would be at the final corner. It's much the same as if you had like one set of the bins being a really long delay and then most of the rest of them being really short. The delay times that you get as a result of all this stretch out when the different results you get from going through the matrix in different ways spread out. And what we also had here, the other experiment I'm doing today, is like if this is a single echo, in this case it's like everything is lining up very much as one echo. There's not a bunch of dispersion there because I haven't set it up to be. And we turn the damping all the way up to 1 and feed back, what you get is a super sustain. And that's from having this whole matrix, and then the output of the matrix goes back into the very beginning again. What I found was you can make this long thing, but I also, if you have a delay, you make the delay into a all-pass filter by feeding back energy into it in a particular way. In my MV plugin, I'm doing all-passy-like filters by making very short delay times, but I'm feeding the energy back at 0.5. Yeah, there's going to be a distribution every time. This picture is me trying to work that out in my head as to what it would do. Like if they're very similar numbers, you have no dispersion at all. There's no real variation there. And you could still feed back the output into the very beginning again, like I just showed you, and it will end up spreading out gradually. But if you do it arranged differently, you can make it so that the initial echoes are more dense up front, and then there are fewer echoes following on afterwards. The long delays would be the least probable. I'm not sure to what extent you can really do that. I tried to optimize it with this thing saying sparsest tail, arranging it like this would mean that as it expands, as you can see, I'm multiplying by 2 in each step. And as it expands, you wind up with the bottom slot having all the longest numbers and it increasing quite radically. Or you could increase it stepping along this way. It could be like 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, just really spreading it out. And that's going to change the whole sound. And I'm not the first person to explore this because, Bricasti, the really expensive reverb things, that's who was talking about this stuff. I don't know specifically what he does, but I know he's treaded in these waters before, and this is how he got his reverb hardware. Because it's all digital. And he's spoken about how he likes using feedforward matrices. They're fairly demanding. Like, he runs a lot of processing power in his stuff, but this is how it's working. And that means he's confronted this situation as well. And if you do like a Bricasti magical church algorithm or whatever, or a Bricasti stadium sound or something like that, he has worked out how to set up these matrices in such a way that like he's filtering some of the outputs or who knows what and doing that kind of stuff. But it's also about how we arrange these matrices to line up with these various things. And you don't, at this stage, you don't need to randomize the delay lines. Like you heard, here I can go back to the, while I'm talking, I can fire off some of these examples. Like you heard the sound of the infinity. These are where you'd need to randomize the delay line, because you can hear the regularity there. But the thing about the feed-forward stuff that makes it real interesting, again, forward verb will make it be mostly dry, maximum room size and no damping. There's no repetitiveness to that echo. It sounds a little freaky, but there's no repetitiveness to it. And if we start feeding it back, I'm going to set it to the magical correct all-pass filter setting so that damping is now 0.618, golden ratio, what they use for all-pass filters. And what I found is using even this primitive version without adjusting any of the delay constants, which are going to be where the magic resides. Listen to this. Listen to whether it sounds like the infinity with the regularity or not. That's not regularity. Here, we'll make it be pretty much infinite, or relatively infinite. The way that sustains, like, where do we need randomization? It just keeps going, and it just keeps sounding like a reverb tail. I'll do that again. This is what Bricasti is doing. He's doing feed-forward matrices and has talked about it. And this is how easy it is to get that to start sounding not like the old-fashioned digital reverbs with the feedback matrices. It just goes. There's no randomization, there's no pitch bend, none of that. I've got the pitch bend set to like nothing, although I do actually have it on tap, so let's dial it in and see what we get. It may or may not be doing anything at the moment. Oh, it's doing something. So yeah, if we did random, we would get like this. Let's make speed be almost nothing. And that sounds kind of wild. That might even be worth keeping. So our beep goes from what it was before to this. That's pretty crazy. Sounds like wind. Or like deep, this would be a good ambient thing. This like kicks butt over the previous plugin Infinity. Let's set it to 1.0 damping and like compare, it'll remember this when I fire it up next. Compare what I had going on in Infinity with what I have going on with that. Infinity does this. I know you can't. I don't have the code up at the moment. I'm not showing code, I'm just firing off different sounds. Well, all you're seeing is this. So this is what I have. I haven't done a damn thing with code yet. Original sound is this. You can hear that again. And infinity did this. And that was previously what I had going on. Maybe an Infinity 2 needs to come out now. Because I had this. That's not snare click, that's a beep click. And that's what I had going on with that. But then with the feedforward technology, also using 100% feedback instead, you get this. I ask you, seriously, compared with what it was before, like, how can you not want this? This is clearly the new Infinity. I just gotta tinker around with it and optimize it. But like, this is already doing this. This is bonkers. This is nuts. And it'll just keep going. But it sounds... Oh, there's our noise again. It went for so long that the noise came around again. So this is clearly what Infinity needs to become. I'll have to put out a new version. But what I was also shooting for is I got to do the rearranging of these time constants so that it works better, because right now what we're basing that out of is this. And by itself, that's okay, but that's the forward matrix without any feedback in it at all. But the arrangement of the echoes doesn't seem good. In fact, I will shut that off for a moment, and you asked for the snare. We'll do that. Here's a snare cutoff, and we'll hear that with first Infinity. Again, it's a very artificial sounding effect. And forward reverb set to infinite. So much better. So much better. So yeah, Casey from Bacasti really knew what he was doing when he started talking about this stuff, because this is where he's getting some of that to work. I'm not saying that I necessarily am going to have Bacasti algorithms. What I'm saying is that without having Bacasti algorithms, I can still do this. And it's just silly good. And since the original is like this, which is kind of neat, it acts more like a near reflections thing. You could totally use this as like a drum room sound or something, and it kind of tries to gate itself because there's no feedback in it. But if I tell it to be the golden ratio, which is also the same thing as a accurate all pass, what we suddenly get is very much like a super convincing, extremely live room. I mean, it dies away, but it's very plausible. And if we do the MV thing of doing the multiplication at exactly 0.5 for that sort of old school lexicon thing when they didn't have multiply units, I think that's going to give us a slightly better tone, but it'll fall away a little bit faster. This will be the one that's even more MIDI verb sounding. So there might be a degree of awesomeness available for the 0.5 setting, and working from that as a way of sustaining that echo just a little bit longer than it normally would. And of course, we could use larger room size. We're using shorter delays just because that's what we have. But a feedback algorithm is going to start feeding back the early echoes from the very output of it faster. So we could use a damping of 0.5 with a different distribution, and it would fatten things up a little bit more. The difference between this and this. We can use that 0.5 multiply, which again, like word length shift gain, doing that exact calculation guarantees no change of the mantissa of whatever the word is. So that is the no extra quantization multiply. That's the one that just shifts the bit to make it be exactly 6 dB down. But that's not so far down that you don't get some degree of decay. And it makes it a sort of more confined verb, but one that is spacious in a kind of a special way. So I'd probably be running with something like that. And again, 100% feedback. And I do have a vibrato going on that. Let's fool with that. If I set these to 0, I think what I'm going to get is cleaner, and I'll be closer to the theoretical. Yeah, there's a brightness going on. And yeah, it is going from the speakers into the microphone, so. Also, there's one microphone and 2 speakers being driven, so you're going to get a certain amount of flanginess. Like I can move from side to side. And you're going to get an obvious flanginess because it's coming from 2 speakers. But yeah, like this is worth working on. This is worth fooling with. And again, I can go to all wet and make a very aggressive echo. And if we were to do the golden ratio, also known as what high passes are normally considered to be, it's going to sustain longer but not have the purity of tone from the MV calculation. It's not much worse, mind you. It's basically fine, but these higher settings very sustaining. And of course, if we have half dry, let's make it literally half dry. And that one's not being used, so we'll just set it. Oh, this is going to be several plugins. This is not just going to be one. That's why I have to come up with relevant names for them. It's because they end up having different purposes. This would make a good drum room. Here, and of course, room size has an effect as well. Well, as long as I'm fooling with it, let me shut this down, open a different thing. I don't have any vocals. It's going to be a long time before I have vocals handy, because I have to start actually tracking stuff and get so comfortable with it that I can actually start thinking of stuff like lyrics and singing. This does actually have a pre-delay built in, but I'm not sure how much that relates to the forward verb, because bear in mind the distribution of everything is always going to include a certain amount of that. Let's see, let's open up just something else. Wood Dragon. Or better still, something aggressive that does have kicks in it, drums. You got something like this. If we threw it on that, we get this. And that's with a fairly small room and 0.5 damping. Larger room would be this. Compared to this. So it ends up making a pretty darn good room sound. If we cut the damping down, here's one of the things I was going to do. This does a good way of making a small room sound. It'd be a tiny room, larger, sounded kind of like a basement, and with more feedback, it starts to become huge. So one of the things I was thinking was come up with a way that there's some feedback in there, maybe the 0.5 or whatever, and cut down this feedback, which is called damping right here, but cut down this feedback when sound was happening so that it would have the early reflections but not build up. And then as soon as the sound cut off, you'd start getting the feedback in there, so that when you had sounds going on, the reverb would be kind of cleaner. It would be cleaning itself up, and then when you stopped, you'd get a reverb tail, and it seems as if that might be a good way to go. Because otherwise we have these long reverb tails, but you can hear it's just thunder. Whereas if we didn't have that kind of feedback, you'd still get the sound, but it wouldn't build up a pile of rumble like that. Anyway, that's what I'm thinking. So I've got two things to do here. One is to apply the feedback in such a way that, and let's see, regen is where I'm doing that. My maximum amount is 0.125. On most reverb, damping is going to be gain of the feedback in general. Now, if you have high damping or low damping, what they're going to be doing is filtering that, because if you put in like a shelving filter in that feedback loop, it's effectively cutting back the damping of the particular thing. So, or indeed if you had a resonant boost or something like that in the feedback loop, you would be boosting the regeneration of whatever, like doing any form of EQ is going to cause the overall sustain of whatever you're doing to change based on how loud it is. So if you have a shelf or a high pass or a low pass, whatever you're making quieter by virtue of this EQ will regenerate less, will sustain less. So you get to shape how it hangs on to its reverb tails that way. That's how that works. And that will let you color and shape the tone of the reverb as things sustain. And that's also probably what Bracasti is doing in making different types of rooms, is doing this all-pass stuff just to have a bunch of very immediate echoes, but then doing some tone shaping and amplitude shaping on whatever the regeneration quality is. It's a combination of feedback and feedforward, and I'd be willing to bet that's what he's got going on. So what we're going to do is dive into this and start exploring what we can do with this. And I'm going to do that first because it's at the top of my mind. So regen is the parameter I'm looking for. It's going to be set correctly to either 100% reverb or less. And so what I'm going to want to do is look at this and maybe make a, we'll call this regen base. There's our pre-delay. There's our filtering. We've got it all canceled out. And now I have to define regen as now we have what we had back again, because we need this variable, and we've made this one to be what the control actually is. So now we're going to modify that with input sample. And for the eventual stereo version, there'll be 2 of these. But for this, there's going to be just 1. So let's look at this. 1.0 minus So what does this do? Well, what this does is if we have a input sample, and I'm going to need to put another parentheses there. If we have an input sample that is silent, that's going to be 0. And if it is 0, it's 1.0 minus 0, meaning that it's going to be 1. And a remaining thing there is this. It's Fab's input sample, so if the input swing is either positive or negative, that's going to turn into a positive. Now our max input for normal uses of samples that aren't like distorted or something, and in core audio and in VST, you could have larger than 1 or negative 1. But normally if you're sampling stuff, it's going to be restricted to either -1 or +1. Here, my fire's going out and it gets cold in here, so I'm going to have to fiddle with that for a second. I will set this over here. Are you going to fall down? Please don't fall down. I'll keep talking while I'm... So the deal there is the -1. If you're sampling directly, the most you can get is -1 to 1. And so if we take 1 minus that, we can go as low as 0. And if regen is 0, we're not getting the feedback anymore. Oh, there's some smoke coming in. I forgot to do the damper. You probably don't see the smoke, but I'll be smelling it. Throw another log in here. Keeping track of everything can be kind of demanding at times. I was busy talking about householder reverb feedforward matrices and opened my wood stove without adjusting the damper. I got it fixed now. And that log ought to start burning, and that'll be sufficient. All right, back to... Oh, I ain't burning my guitars. That's not happening. All right, back to this. Damping would normally be whatever the feedback is set to. That could very easily be filtered, but yeah, because I mean, I can't help how people set these things up. I would call regeneration would be a more accurate term, maybe. Anyways, see what I have made. Regen equals regen base times 1.0 minus fab's app input sample. Now I can clamp that to deal with correct things, like if we had regen and our input sample was swinging up to a value of like 2, between 2 and negative 2, that would make it 1.0 minus 2. So it would be regen base times negative 1, meaning that it would stop cutting off the feedback and it would start doing inverted feedback. So there is a degree of sanity checking that might work for this, where you don't want regen to be larger than 1, you don't want regen to be less than 0. But for now we can actually use it just as it is. And what you're going to hear when I do this is that it is going to define this feedback thing, which, as you remember, if it is 0.12 something, 0.125, it's in here somewhere. Here it is. It can't actually be 1, but we're starting it out at this number, so we're multiplying it by 1. And this maximum amount is multiplied by, if everything is silent, 1. It's not being reduced at all. And if there's noise happening, then it is being reduced by however loud the noise is to a maximum of, if you were at 1, if you're oscillating between 1 and negative 1, a lot of the time this is going to come out to be multiplied by 0, and regen is going to go to pretty much 0 instead of being at maximum feedback potential. And when we run this, what we're going to find is that I can set it to like maximum feedback and stuff, but it's not going to build up. My question becomes, how's that going to sound? Because I'm not smoothing it at all. What I'm not doing here is I am not smoothing it out, so there is like frequency modulation that's going to be coming into this. I might as well fire up Dragons. We heard that fairly recently. Again, this is before I've done anything as far as tuning the delays. And here's a new version. And if we turn the regeneration all the way up, this is now set to infinite feedback, but as long as sound is coming in, it's tending to dial it back. So what I should do is move this to a section of music that has a silence in it. And maybe even use a much smaller room sound. It sounds very room-like. We got this thumpy noise. This is the raw sound. And then when it goes quiet between sounds, it'll sustain. not completely silent. There's still a noise in there. Let's skip that just forwards a bit. Oh, it's not going to let me do it. It's trying to jump to the cut. How close can I get? Not very close. Oh, I bet I can space it out a little bit. There we go. So this transition. Actually, I'm not sure that's a good transition, because I'll tell you why. That doesn't have a silent gap. And that has too much reverb in it. What have I got that has a silent gap? How about... Do I have something that has a better silent gap? Well, that's a loud noise that stops abruptly. What have we got here? Doesn't want me to select it. There we go. Cool, okay. Let's fool with that. So we've got this little jam. And then this other noise coming in. Now, if we have 100% damping, which it's going to continue to be 100% damping, that's what the reverb sounds like. We'll make it a little bit louder. But if we have damping or this feedback control cranked up all the way, it's not going to build up too fast, but then when the silence happens, it will sustain. I feel like almost the blend is actually working. Like the way these are overlaying seems okay to me. So again, that transition, let's try that transition with a much smaller room size. I think we've got something that's working. I think this works right out the gate. So at complete damping, we are getting a sort of infinite sustained behavior. Like sound is happening, so it's, and then it just, and then other stuff comes in. But if you set it to, say, the 0.5, making it be like a normal room reverberation, we're going to still have similar things, but it's going to be like cleaning up its behavior a little more than it otherwise would. And then the reverb tail is going to be the one that sounds basically accurate. I think that's actually, let's do a much larger room size so we can hear a little bit more of the sustain there. Yeah. So that's at the 0.5. If I went to the 618 being the all-pass filter setting, it's going to stretch out a little bit longer. with a lot of noise happening in the middle of it. It does have a way of cleaning itself up a bit. Yeah, it feels like this whole operation works pretty well, but we could also do a damping setting, because remember, no damping, it's a little gaty. It's not actually desirable, although it could work for something. But at 0.5, see, my problem here is that, well, actually, maybe that's not as much of a problem as I thought. When there is sound happening, suddenly we're not actually multiplying by 0.5 anymore. So any amount of fussiness that I do here is useless because we're not going to get that. If we did have a perfect silence in there somehow, like for instance, remind me not to save this. Now we have this. And we use this to drive our reverb. And then we have our damping to be exactly 0.5. What's going to happen is we're going to be damping more than that most of the time. But then the instant we hit that perfect digital silence, we also hit a perfect digital MV style old school mini verb regeneration value of exactly 0.5 each time. And that sounds like this. So maybe that would be good. And of course, if we have damping cranked way the heck up, we have 100% feedback. So now what I'm thinking is, it feels like maybe we're looking at a control where minimum damping is not actually 0, but exactly 0.5, because then what we get into is a setting where we can use that MV quality, where we can have a room size, let's make it a smaller room. And then if we have sudden abrupt silence in the input, it switches over to that MV thing for its least amount of sustain setting. It'll sound kind of like this. So, you know, doesn't that sound kind of plausible? Like, we'll try a different room size. That's not bad as far as our fastest reverb die-off for something that is meant to be realistic sounding. And again, we're going to need to go through larger room sizes for this. I think we have a working shortest reverb setting. And of course, you can set it to intermediate settings. And that's no longer the MV, but we are able to make it so that if there's literally no sound, we can guarantee that it's going to be that MIDI verb setting of exactly 0.5. And we can probably even adjust it. Let's quit out of here without saving. Don't save. There we go. And let's figure out what we need to do to make this work. That's the one we want. Now 0 on the control will be halfway up, and 1 on the control will be full crank. So this effectively changes it to go between halfway and full way. And then where did I have it? Here I had it. It was here. I don't know why we need a biquad in this. I'm not sure that would be necessary at all. And I can't do beat-based pre-delays because they don't have that information coming into the computer, sadly. I don't have that information coming into the plugin. People do, I don't. So now let's see. What did we want to do here? We wanted to... Let's fiddle with these a little bit. 630 and 620 should give me something. That way we're still able to go to the full sustain, but we're now going slightly below 0.5, and I'll tell you why. Because this is a dynamic adjustment, and I want it to gate. I want to be able to clamp it to exactly 0.5 for all of the really subtle quiet stuff. And in fact, now I'm trying to figure out how to, yeah. I'm figuring it out. The more of this attached to get param 2, the more range I have. The more on this end part where I'm just adding a number is the more bass amount that I have. Cross might ain't doing nothing. That's just there from a previous plugin. I don't need to do a bandpass to filter the input feeding the reverb. You could do that with a separate plugin. So the more of this, the less variation I can get, and the more of this, when we turn it down to, like, it'll get closer to being able to do a more abrupt gating at lower settings and advanced amplification settings of the input signal coming in. And that's going to force it below 0.5. Let's keep doing it. Let's go, instead of 630, 640, 610, or even 65 and 6. And this is forcing regen to go below 0.5 for some settings. Like if we have a very short delay, it's going to be forcing it to go below 0.5, or if we have medium settings and a really loud input sample, or an insanely loud input sample. And then no matter how far below 0.5 it's driven, it's forced to be exactly 0.5, so that whenever anything is happening, hang on. Do I have this backwards? Do I have this wrong? No, I don't think I do. I think larger numbers are fine. Regen base is never larger than this. We're multiplying it by something that can only, well, 1 point. That's not true. Let's give it another sanity check, because if we had insanely loud sounds, we could wind up driving it inverted to larger than a infinite sustain thing, and it would blow up. So let's not let it do that. We'll give it a sanity check. There's our sanity check. Should still work. And we can run it, although nothing really will have changed. Let's do something beatier like Alien Kittens. Okay, something's different. I said nothing would have changed. Clearly I was wrong. What do we got? Yeah, this is straight up exploding. What did I do wrong? Let's see whether it was that. One thing about Alien Kittens is it goes to the, actually no it doesn't, does it? I thought it went to the bar, but it doesn't. Somebody's not happy. What about if we have full damping? Same deal. Yeah, somebody's not happy with what we did. It's about this. It's about this stuff in here. Regen base. (1.0) minus Fab's input sample shouldn't actually be making that be any different. Well, we're getting regeneration, so let's tell it to not be regenerating that badly and see what happens. So if I understand correctly, I've made it stop doing that. We're going to see if that's true. Let's try the same thing that caused it to freak out before and find out what happens now. See, I'm obviously not understanding something. Because if I was correct, that would have forced that to not freak out anymore, and yet it is doing exactly that. So what's going on here? What has changed here? Could it have something to do with these statements? So regen base. We made regen base up here. We started changing stuff around, and that's when we got into trouble. So get param2. It went from 125, like that was fine. Then we added this and it freaked out. In fact, let's go and fuss with that right now. Now, if we're able to put it back, then we can start going and changing things and seeing what happened. This should put it back to what it was before. We changed our audio as well. So maybe this would have been a good test subject from the beginning. It lives. It's loud, but it lives. So how'd we kill it? What happened? We were looking for this to be not... Oh, wait a minute. Okay. I get what's going on. I know exactly what happened. Check this out. Remember how this is... Here, let's do something. I know how to fix this. See what happened? See what I did? Regen base was never 0 to 1. I was acting as if regen base was 0 to 1, meaning that I wanted it to go between 0.5 and like 1. We can go back to this, but regen base was never 0 to 1. Regen base was 0 to 1 times 0.125. So all that's happening is this part was fine, and then I forced it to be a much higher setting that was a lot larger than 0.125. And there are a number of ways we can go about this too. For one, you can go back to this, because this part wasn't wrong. See what I'm doing? All of this had to be scaled. Interesting side effect of this is that all of my talk about doing the MV style thing is not actually correct. It's moot. But not really, because this is still a bit shift gain. I'm sorry, a word length shift gain. Oh dear, YouTube's going to be mad at me for swearing. Oops. Like this is still a MV style gain shift, because it's still a factor of 6 dB. And so is the 0.125 actually, so that's interesting. So now that we've got this, it'll work and not be broken. Now let's just fire up our calculator and do our get a number. We actually ran into that before. When I have too many things in my head, I can't always math. I'm also feeling a little sketchy, so maybe I should take a break. But not before half of this I was going to do, I haven't done yet. I got one further thing I want to get into before I chill out. This should work. This is what I intended to do. Oh, no. No, no, no. No, what are you, oh, that's what you're doing. Missed that. Okay, so now it does what I intended rather than what I wanted, or what I mistakenly did. Fire this up again, and that part should now be fixed and work, which I guess we'll find out real fast, won't we? So full sustain is like this. Minimum sustain is this. And it'll always keep a certain amount if it goes suddenly silent. But the minimum sustain is like the NV quality exact factor of 6 dB, and the maximum sustain is also going to be a factor of that. In fact, we could even exaggerate this somewhat, so we could make it be like a infinite sustain. I think. Like this is smaller, so let's see. Let's go back to what we had before, which was over here somewhere. This is the number we started with, I believe. Yannick, I guess you figured that part out. So we're clamping it in both directions now. So I could make it be larger than 1 and still not have it break. And that might be handy because larger than 1 is infinite sustain, but larger than 1 is also a multiplication factor of this regeneration amount that is still a word length shift gain. So maybe I'd like it to be able to crank up that much. Like if you crank it up all the way, it tries to go to 100% sustain and actually does so some of the time. We'll clamp it in both ranges so that you can push it to like endless reverb when being given silence. And the endless reverb also qualifies as the word length shift we're looking for. It'll clamp on both extremes, both the minimum amount and the maximum amount. To do that, regen base has to be able to go larger than the total sum of 0.125 or smaller than 0.625. So what we'd be doing is, if we just decrease this or this, we're going to get to a smaller total amount but shift everything down. If we just only increase this without decreasing this, we get a larger amount and we clamp it in the other extreme. So what we're going to do is decrease this by, because maybe we're just going to set it that way. I'm trying to figure out whether we're going to just set it that way for the maximum settings or have a certain amount of overlap. So this needs to be smaller. Minus 0.25 there. And this needs to be larger, but larger again. And now it'll go to the extreme in both sides. You hear I'm talking through this and trying to follow it. And remember, when audio is coming through, it's going to be different settings the whole time, but the extremes should be able to go to these optimized settings, where the multiplication is by a factor of 6 dB. And there's our old alien kittens again. Minimum damping, meaning that most of the time it's going to be hovering at 0.5 or maximum. And let's test that with a little temporary silence. If this works, when it hits that 0, or even if there was very faint sound in there, we would get an infinite sustain quality. In fact, we might be able to trick it into adding more to it by just having very faint noises in there, because those won't stop it from being infinite sustain. Only when the input signal is actually a little bit louder does it start clamping. So yeah, now that there is no value where the golden ratio lives now. We're working with the MV style stuff now. And now when it gets quiet, does it continue indefinitely? Signs point to yes. Bits of it are actually getting louder, or maybe not. This is workable. We can use this. We haven't even optimized it, and we can still use this. This is the maximum feedback quality. Minimum. It just dies away. Okay. Don't save that silence bit that I put in there. So there we go. We've made some progress. Now we have what's being called damping, but it's not really. I guess I'll just call it something else, because I kind of like the way if I turn it up, the sustain gets more. So we're going to change it from being called damping to regen for now. And what else was I going to do? Oh, I remember. And we need to start fooling with these. So let us just, first of all, just get more delay time than we need. We're going to multiply all those by a factor of 10. And we're going to go in here to the factor of 10. I'll be able to dial them back again when I no longer need to have that big of a range available. But for now, and that being the pre-delay might, well, no, I don't think I'm not using it, so I don't care. And now that we've got this, I believe we have a setting in here that's setting our maximum size. Yeah, that's our size control. So technically you can multiply that by a factor of 10 too, and in theory this should work. Bye, Bo. I'm about to log off myself before very long, but I've got some final tweaks to do. This is either going to work or we're going to crash because we're trying to use too much memory. We've allocated way more memory than we actually need. And go back to dragons, because alien kittens is annoying sounding. Or, no, I have an even better idea. Let's go back to the snare hit. Let's hear what it actually sounds like. With a ginormous room size and no regen. I didn't expect that. Something went wrong. Our meters have gone crazy. Okay, so we're going to try to figure out what happened here. Oh yeah, the meters straightened themselves back out again. What's going on? Oh, I'm in bypass. When I'm not in bypass, what do I get? Okay, something that I did caused it to go crazy. Dry wet seems okay. Room size is really small. Maybe I just stretched room size out too big. If I put regen to 100, it's still alive. Yeah, what I broke was I moved this and it started accessing memory variables beyond the range of those arrays. I don't know exactly why, but it did. It made it go too big. I might be able to move it to close to 1.0. If I move it to 1.0, it dies. So let's turn dry down and regen down and see what ranges we get. Oh, no, that's freaking out. Okay, what if the room size was 0.5? Is that within the realm of sanity or not? Yeah, something bad is happening there. If it's 0.499, what do we get? They're getting brighter. Those echoes are getting brighter. So something's happening that I didn't anticipate. Size is being used for something else. That's what. Let's look at this again. Here's our delays. But we're defining size here and blend up. Here's what happened. Let's change this. We're not going to try to do that anyway. We had other factors coming off a size, which needed to be between 10 and 100. Yeah, it wasn't crapping out the memory, it was doing something else. I have blend. Blend was 0.955 minus size times 0.007. That had a purpose, it was doing something important. And when I multiplied that so much, it made it go crazy. We're going to do this a different way now. Now we have IJKL, and these are all times 10, but size is back to normal. Now, we're no longer doing a strange change to part of the algorithm that doesn't have to do with what we were intending to change. So that should behave more normally, and it won't make that crazy high-frequency noise anymore because we're not manipulating the wrong thing. What we had, it would have behaved itself if we kept the setting below 0.1, but it wouldn't have done what we intended. See, so our maximum room size is now, and that's the spacing of the echoes. They're all a lot quieter. And if we turn regen all the way up, we're still going to get those spaced out echoes. But since there's silence in here, they're going to continue regenerating and adding on themselves. So now we've expanded it out to a size that is way larger than we need. This times 10 size doesn't even sound like a reverb anymore. Whereas if we do a smaller size, it sounds like a reverb again. And we can make be a funky special effect by just manipulating the size as it goes. Yeah, it does start sounding... Yeah, the size was manipulating another thing in the reverb algorithm that was never meant to be 10 times as big as it was, and that's what made it go crazy. But here's our regen at 100%, and if our room size is tiny, it sounds like a room. And if our reverb is big, it doesn't sound like a room anymore. And that means we can do the thing we were going to do before, seeing if this is now functional. Now we're going to pick out different sizes that are going to work based on these matrix calculations. So first, let's go and rearrange this stuff. We don't need these comments here anymore because they have no relation to anything, but we had already arranged it in such a way where we were kind of following the arrangement I wanted. So I'm going to get rid of these comments just because they don't matter right now. But we're going to be putting back in other prime values based on what this maximum size is. Doesn't need to be quite as... It's never going to need to be as big as 790. But I'm going to try to calculate out like how I had these arranged. Maybe using the other side of this piece of paper, because this is going to be a little fussing. But once I'm finished doing it, I can start starting out with the calculation like this, and then also looking up what the nearest prime value is for this, and we'll get a nice sounding tone for it. So firstly, let's go and look up this. What sequence did I have this going in? I had IJKL first, then ABCD, and then EFGH. So IJKL, these were first, then these, then these. And I'm wanting the arrangement of them to be like IJKL first, ABC, and then these. And the top bin is going to start out being smaller. And I've got them inverted for no special reason other than that's how I have them inverted. So let's quickly draw up what this is going to mean. Oh, except for I drew it wrong. You know how I know? I drew it wrong because I only have 3 sets of delays, but I have 4 bins within each one. So let's grab another piece of paper from my previous notes. I'll use this one instead because I did this one wrong. Three sets. I probably don't need more, but I could make more. 3 sets and 4 reverbs each set. So I was going to do them with IJKL first. and then EFGH. So it's kind of like this. And I'm trying to do something with the numbers like what I've written down in here. And what I've currently got is actually, no, let's look up here. None of, oh no, hang on, yes, it does make sense. 45, 43, 39. I'm writing down the maximum ones that I can use for whatever these happen to be, which is not going to relate to what I'm plugging in, but I want to get a bit of a sense of what's available. So let's see, A, B, C, D, 81, 75, 73. See, these are the times when I lose track of my wood stove and it can go out because I'm thinking about things too hard. I'll catch up with that later. Better it go out than it start burning the house down. That's not likely to happen because I don't have enough wood in there. 63. 61. Or if I'm cooking food and I burn a pot to smithereens because I'm working on stuff, that's dangerous too. So this is a rough reference of what delay times I have available at the absolute maximum, except for they're going to be much higher than that. It's going to be like the tens of thousands, like 45,000, 81,000, and so on for maximum delay times. I don't need to get even close to that, but this is what's built into the system before I cut it right back down again. And size goes from 0 to 100, 10 to 100. So that will end up being a time of like delay a maximum of 7,900 and my maximum range of delay is 79,000 to a maximum of 81,000. So it will in fact fit. So now I start working with these. And what we're trying to do here, see, I got to keep this in my head now, is replicate a pattern like this. Let's start with, I'm going to write down the thousands in all of these, just so that I can get confused and be able to find my way back, because I'm going deep here. So if I was doing this dispersion, like my largest number is 81. The largest corner is E, which is 63,000. That's probably enough. So if I was to scale this up, I'm trying to work out how I can multiply this. Let's make more notes. And I've got this arranged differently because I don't have a 4x4 matrix. I have a 4x3 matrix, just like this. I just didn't finish drawing in the last line on that, so I can still use this piece of paper. By counting it out like this, I'm going to want to start at the opposite corner from the largest corner, and on this, I'll call that the bottom left, and 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 34, 128. I want you to be able to hear what it would sound like with a maximally expanded one. 6. So 2,480 would actually fit within 63,000. Or, yeah. So let's start punching that stuff in. So E would be 20480. I'm not doing the prime number things at all. Instead, I'm just trying to get this into some kind of shape. So I'm going to add a 0 to all of these. And we're going to have this arrangement of higher density up front and a sparser tail, because I want to hear what that sounds like. I want to hear what it sounds like so much that I might kill the regen for the moment. And what I'm going to do there is quickly copy this and then make it be able to be 0. So we'll set it up like that. And now we're no longer adding the extra number, so we will be able to make regen be 0 here. And let's just double check that. One of the things I do is change everything real suddenly, so let's double check that on this snare. And we should get a flurry of echoes, and then we're going to try to adjust the spacing of those echoes and see what kind of thing we can get. First of all, no regen. Well, that sounds kind of like a... That sounds suspiciously like regen to me. Something happened. So what do we got? We got regen base. It can go down to 0. We've got regen. It's doing this, and it is also being made smaller because we have a regen base times what's probably going to be smaller than 1. Oh no, I never commented this bit out. Now it should work. Oops. Back into the breach. Let's see if we can make this a single echo with no feedback at all. Regen 0, room size, maybe a little smaller than that. That's what we're looking for. So our echo pattern is like this. That's our echo pattern. And we've now expanded it outwards so we can literally hear what it is. And there's that one that was slower than the rest of them, but mostly it's just a irregular scattering. If they were all prime numbers, it would be super irregular. But right now, it's just our scatter, and we're going to try to change that. So I've punched in these maximum numbers. I've calculated out these numbers, and it's going to do the equivalent of the sparsest tail calculation, which is just expanding it outwards in a particular kind of way. At least that's what I think will make the sparsest tail calculation, and we're going to hear what that sounds like. If it's amazing, we can just make them all be the nearest prime number and be good to go. If it's terrible, we'll do something else. Time to look up what those numbers were. I better copy it from this over to this so that I can refer to it more easily. A is our largest number, but E is our second largest number. Don't mind me, you're just writing. These get to be very small numbers by the time you're done with them. They are the opposite of primes, but in a lot of ways this all should still work. Just how it works is the question. So now time to copy this stuff over. What was I? Now is that going to 2560? Oh yeah, we're fine. Big delay buffers in here. 43000. We'll find out. Maybe it'll just crash. Oh no, wait. I got that wrong. That's 320. That's not anything like that. Got to read from the right places. K is 40. L is the shortest delay buffer, which is 10. I've got here a setup where each delay buffer is twice what the previous one was to try to expand out on this concept. This one's going to be fairly similar, being 160. This one's much smaller, being 20. Thing about this is all these tiny ones are getting the same memory allocation of the huge ones, but I could allocate them as much smaller arrays if it's useful for them to be this small. Like, it would take almost no memory to be like, okay, and let's have another 10 samples from here. So, let's see. I think I might have just derped up a little bit. This is not supposed to go this big. Size will be from 10 to 100, so I need to scale all this back. So let's put a decimal point in all of these. I believe that is correct because I believe I'm multiplying all of this by 100. We'll find out soon enough. Let's build this and see if it works. Over to our snare sound. We're going to fire it up and we're going to see what we get with this new distribution, if it in fact works at all. Max wrap room size. Yeah, we didn't need to put that decimal point in at all. We've got a dense little sound. So that's what it sounds like when each of these is twice the previous. We do get this final echo thing going on. It's also carefully worked out that it's like a drum roll. But a lot of those initial ones are much more dense. So let's move the decimal point. And let's break up that regularity by adding 1 to everything. Some of these end up being prime numbers this way. It's not really the same, but it's a something. Oh, let's make that a 7. That being a prime number and all. We'll build this, and now it's not going to be quite as regular. Excuse me. And we have a longer maximum delay by a factor of 10. It was so short before that we're probably still in the zone. One final little pep. So that's our new spacing. It's not a prime-based spacing, but it's a maximally dense up front, and then less echoes as you continue to go towards the very end, and there's like 1 left over in the very end. That's maybe too much dispersion, because hear how the very beginning of it, there was a bunch of echoes in there right up front. And then this long delay towards that very end one. So this is meant to be a dispersion that's much more upfront, which it certainly is, but it's kind of more exaggerated than I need it. What would be good is to have a sort of combined dispersion rather than being all kind of at once, or all up front and then there's this occasional ones with funny patterns on towards the end, like this. Here, let's make that faster. Faster still. It's definitely giving me some echoes towards the very end. But it's a bad distribution because it's too regular, but it's taking me in the right general direction. So one thing we can do is fool with the arrangement of this. I've got it set up so that I can probably make them cluster up a little bit more by fooling with it. See how they're each twice as much as the previous one was? I don't really need that, and I have a lot more range for not having to have one as slow as that. Like this was one of my arrangements. It's every step it goes farther, and then here's one where as it goes along diagonally it gets bigger, but the other diagonals are the same. And if I was to do that, it would be looking like I'm just scribbling this on now. I'm drawing the diagonals here on this. So, let's see. E gets to be 3,200, which yeah, it's going to be still fine because I could go up to a maximum of 63,000. So 3,200 is going to take me reasonably there. This is all a bit weird, but I'm doing the best I can. I'll be able to make sense of it later. Meaning that A and F are 16. Excuse me. I'm pushing too hard with this. I, B, and G are 8. J, C, and H are 4. K, D are 2. And L, 1. This is going to be a very different distribution. As you can see, rather than continuing upwards to a really high number in the corner, they're diagonal bands. And when I make those be prime numbers, they'll be spaced out a little bit. We're not going to be using literally such close numbers or the nearest possible prime numbers. Even though that will give us some distribution, we're going to space them out a little bit more. Possibly we can look up super primes. Those are usable. Spacing out prime numbers a little bit more. It's the prime entries in the sequence of what are prime numbers, and that is a way of getting slightly more spaced out prime numbers that still work. Back into our snares. No music for the moment. Want to be able to hear the timing of this stuff. And it goes. What was that? That pop was from the fireplace. What happened? It's still fine. Nothing fell against the glass or anything like that. All wet. That's a nicely even set of beats. Like, having them all spaced out is bad. Having them all up front is bad. But this particular way of doing it worked out fairly well. Let's make it be a much smaller room size. We're not getting much variation, are we? Isn't that interesting? Those are piling up on top of each other. That's why that's doing that. We've got many successive echoes that are being combined into each other. That's why it's doing that. If we start throwing prime numbers into each of these values rather than using the same number in each entry, they'll start spacing out. Yeah. Some of those final echoes were really piling up on top of each other, and some of the earlier ones were very... Here, I know exactly what to do now. Let's quit out of here and slightly change these numbers. If we tune this in to be really good, we can just go to like super primes or whatever, and it'll be amazing right away. So let's see. 17 and 16. 32. We've got 3 8s. So one of them is going to be a 7, one of them is going to be an 8, and one of them is going to be a 9. 3 4s, so a 4, a 5, and a 6. I'm trying to figure out whether this is the right way to arrange them. We're using really big spacings for all of this. There's a pair of 2s, so one of them can be a 3. Again, I'm thinking about how these dispersions are laid out in the grid and figuring out which ones should be moved relative to the others. Let's look at it from this grid. So yeah, if E is the largest one, then the top column needs to be longest to best space out things. So I and A will be the largest of these categories. So I, B, and G were the, and so I've got it backwards. G should be 7, and I should be 9. Okay, now I'm going to be reversing some of this stuff. And H should be 400, 500, and hang on, J would be 600. Longer delays in the top lane to make it space out more. Shorter delays together in the lower lanes to make that stuff cluster up more. Same for K and D. But I do have that right because D should be smaller, and it is, and K should be a little larger, and it is. And then L is the shortest one. Let's put this to 31 just for jollies. And now what do we got? We now don't have any shared numbers anywhere, so it shouldn't be piling up on top of itself quite as much. Although since they're not prime numbers, we still could end up with some of these delay returns piling up on top of each other. That'll be the final change, is if we get this dialed in to be roughly about right. And then we can go for the superprimes and find numbers that will really work properly. And we got this. A couple of them in the very end there. There's a little space in that arrangement. Let's make it a smaller room size. It kind of sustains. And it does seem to be louder at first and then quieter later on. See how it's a little denser and then it kind of fades off a bit towards the end? That's about what I'm looking for. I think I'm ready to take this one more stage. And when I've taken this one more stage, I've gone like 3 hours now. I'll call that done for the day. And everything is more delay than I really need, so. But we'll leave that alone for now, because I want to hear what the spacing of these echoes is like. I know that we can take these spacings, add a little regeneration, make them go a lot faster, and it'll start sounding like a reverb. Time to fire up my handy-dandy new laptop for looking up things like list of primes. And I'm going to want more than just 1 to 1000. Is that going to give me what I want? Oh yeah, no, we're good. I got a list of super primes that go up to very large numbers. We're going to draw from these. It's a good list. Don't need those decimal point things. And let's start dialing it back. And I think I can step upwards in size. So $31.09. $17.41, $15.97. I can pick all manner of stuff in here, and it's going to start giving me different tones and colorations. And this is the sort of thing that Casey from Bricosti was probably doing, is getting the basic thing to work, and then you start tuning the sound of it. And you tune the sound by making these various constants that interact with each other in this way to not line up. So let's start looking stuff up. 900. Let's go for 991 there. 600, we'll call that 599. $300, that's going to be 283. Definitely 83 for the 100 size. Oh man, my stomach's rumbling. I'm skipping like lunch and everything. Let's get this done, and I'll dial off and go do healthful things for myself. 800. I'm going to call that 797. 500 will become 509. 200 becomes 211. 700 becomes less than 700, namely, oh hello, big gap there. 617. I'll do it. We'll take it. We'll see what it means. We'll see what it does. And 400, what's my closest one there? 283. And 509. We could do 401 or 431. Let's go for 431. Save. Now they're spaced in a super prime style spacing. Let's build this and see what we got. Might be worth scaling everything back another order of magnitude. Let's see. Forward verb. Our biggest spacing looks like this. Oh my God, it was still going. Oh, let's make it smaller. What do we got? Sounds like it's going to a press roll. The last bit's a little too regular. That was too regular for my taste. So we're going to tweak it a little bit. All of this is so completely freaking huge that I need to make it a little bit smaller still. Let's still use the super primes, but knock a decimal place off. So 8.3, we'll call that 11. 28.3, my nearest one is 31. 59.9. Actually, it becomes literally 59. 99.1 becomes 109. I'm still looking up super primes, but I'm taking a decimal point off and coming up with the closest one. Then I'll have a glance and see if any of my numbers are literally the same. 21.1 should become, I'm guessing, 17. 50.9. Well, I've already got a 59. 41. 79.7. Closest one there is like 83, I think. 174. 179. And then finally, 310 can be 283. 159, my closest one there is 157. 61.7, 67? It's not there. We'll use it. There's other primes available. These are the super primes. This is spaced out in such a way that it's the prime entries in the list of primes. And 43 could become 41, but I've already got one. So do I have a 31? Yes, I do. What happens if do I have a 59? Yes, I do. What happens if I make the 59 bigger? Do I have a 67? Yes, I do. Okay, let's keep spacing these out. 67 could go to 83. Well, I've got one of those too. Let's continue. 109? Have I got a 109? Yes, I do. Okay. 127. That I don't have. So 127. 83 becomes 109. 67 becomes 83. I'll end up using all the available superprimes for this. 59 becomes 67. Where's that? There it is. 41 becomes 59. Except for 31 becomes 43 becomes 59. And now I have super primes that fill up everything between like 11, I think without skipping anything. Yeah, without skipping anything. So now these are much smaller super primes. 43 to 37. Well, these are all different numbers and they're all super primes. So I'm going to call that satisfactory. It doesn't really matter if they don't follow a pre-expected arrangement because this is all made up out of my own head anyway. What did we get? We have more than enough delay buffer for all of this. My question is, what did I get from maximum room size? And interesting, okay. I'm thinking that room size gets to be large enough that it's larger than I would actually need for anything. This is the distribution. If it's much smaller, it's like this. Halfway. Longer. And now we can bring the regen back in, because that feels like a pretty decent distribution right there. So here's what we did. Here's our regen back to what it should have been. And if this works, we can hear it on music. We've been doing this on just beeps and snare hits. For to good effect, granted. It all might be, I might be able to get away with making size smaller too, but for now, let's just back to our original arrangement. And here's what we get out of the regeneration being set to normally. Not bad. Big old room size. Practically infinitely large there. Much smaller room size. Dies away like that. But if we don't want it to die away, and we want it to just be infinite regeneration, does this. That's smooth. That's smooth as silk. With a long room size, it's still smooth as silk. Let's try that on the beep before we get into some music. Here's our beep. What shall we get as far as a nice audio bed out of this? And that's with no vibrato or anything. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. This is making for a good infinite reverb. It's also very stereo. More stereo than I was really expecting. Oh, we're starting to get some regeneration going on when we add vibrato. When we add a bunch of vibrato and make it into this echoing space, it feels like it's getting slightly louder, although I'm not really sure it is. We're just breaking things up a little bit, I think. Here is our infinite ambient space, with another sound being added to it. It just wrapped around to the beep again. Manipulating the vibrato control was doing stuff. Let's put a tiny amount on both. So there's a nice little ambient space generated out of a single beep. And I gotta say, it does sound pretty far away. We're not even filtering it. I mean, I can put the filter back in, but for now, we're not even filtering it. This is just raw. Crazy vibrato. And some of that is the vibrato algorithm, which I could do in a number of different ways. I could also smooth things out by a little averaging. In fact, that's such a fun idea that I want to try it. Feedback E, F, G, and H. Can get an additional sample. Which we can add here. Float 65, what am I doing? All of this can be refactored to more sensible names in future. For now, we're just going to grab them and do a simple aliasing, a simple averaging. Because that'll be a very slow darkening effect over everything. And yeah, I'm definitely putting in longer hours than I really should now. Although I want to, as usual, I'm doing the thing. So I'm like, I want to see how it comes out. I'll probably have to go and lie down. But that seems to be very common for these bursts of Uber hacking. Perv E. Nope. Not in this program. And then one more change. It has to be exactly half as loud because now we're doing 2 of these. And then we do the averaging factor. I do have to blank them in reset. So again, I have to rank these in reset, so let's do that. It was E, right, that I was doing? Pretty sure that was. Now that ought to just straight up work. And what it will do is Regina's half as loud as it was, because now we're using two adjacent samples and averaging them. And regen is happening a lot slower than usual because it's not the regular householder feedback matrix, it's a feedforward matrix, so it has to go through 3 banks of delays before it gets into that one single sample averaging thing that it does. And that's going to be different for different sample rates. Like at a higher sample rate, it's going to average that less. But for now, I want to hear what it does. So, build. Looks about right. Let's go to our note, and we'll go back to exactly the same one that we did before because it'll remember those settings. We got heavy vibrato on this, remember? Oh God, now it's really a crowd of people yelling. Completely. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's definitely a crowd yelling, all right. It feels loud. It feels super loud. And part of that is because I have so much vibrato on. What do I get when I don't have any? That averaging stuff made it sound much louder, which I kind of like. It's cool. Yeah, that really sounded loud. Deafening. We're going to go for the snare sound and see what that sounds like on the tail of a more white noisy thing. Cool, okay. There was a kind of thunder-like quality about it, and then it continued to sort of fade off. Let's mess with that. Here's what I'm going to do. Let's just butcher this a little bit. By just randomly editing out a bunch of things so that we probably have high frequency pops and clicks going on. And then see what we got. Oh, and we normalize it, we'll rat it. Ah, God, excuse me. And now let's try the same thing. There's a certain thundery quality there. What happens if we have a smaller room size? Well, that was actually loud. Yeah, that one averaging is really stepping down the brightness of the decay, which I think is gonna be fine. I think I'm down with that. Larger room size. Let's test our assumption. Convert sampling rate. The library will do 96K, so let's make everything be 96K. See if it's going to actually play that. No, it's still trying to play it. Well, I can fix that. Digital out, 96K. There we go. There. Now let's see how that changed things. I don't know, I still feel like it's darkening down in a useful way. Probably don't need to do anything special here. I could do it so that we did a sequence of 3 samples for darkening it. And remember, with regen lower, it kind of stays bright. Regen halfway. Yeah, let's keep at that. Oh, and it's going to ask me whether I want to save. I don't. And back to, this is a little messy, but it'll work. Refactoring will be needed later. There, now we have 2 banks of variables, because it was going darker at 44.1K. That's why this change is being made. And what we're going to do is there. 2 neat little layers of averagey samples. And now if I make this be PF, yep, still good. And there could be another setting for 44 or 48K that uses only 1 layer of averaging. And I think if I do a averaging of 3 successive samples, that's going to give me what I want at 96K and up. Granted, if somebody's running, I ran into somebody who was running 384K, and I'm like, boy, dude, I won't actually recommend that, certainly not for this device. And I've scaled regen relevantly. And we're going to try that snare sample again. Back to the original one. Feels good. Feels good, man. If we make it be infinite. It feels like an appropriate high frequency fall off. I am pleased with how that is working out. You know what would be really fun is if we could add thunder. Wouldn't that be interesting? If we added just a little bit of bass boost. Oh, that's not happening today. I can't make that happen today. But if we added a bass boost so that when we did this, as it continued to sustain forever, it would sort of, because nothing is really stopping it from doing that. It would just require just the tiniest little bit of bass boost each time around, and you could make it do it. So my question becomes, can I fake that somehow? More relevantly, can I quickly do something without doing this for far too many hours? What I want here is just a cheap-ass hack, an ugly hack. So we'll define one of those. We'll go and make it exist. This would be a cool thing to add to the algorithm that could be subtly there even in like normal use, and just make it so that if it's infinite, then things get silly. Let's see if we can make things get silly. So what shall we do? We shall hard code something in. Yeah, I think 96K is honestly suitable if you know what you're doing and you do things properly. Here, see what we got here? We have a low-pass filter, a simple IIR. It's staying at mostly what it was before, but adding just a little bit of this in, and it's going to emphasize lower frequencies. What do I have for a control that I can sneak stuff in? I have cross mod. Nothing's being done with cross mod at the moment. Thunder amount is going to be a very small amount. Alrighty, we should have something. What, I couldn't tell you, but we should have a something. Let's make this even more low-passy. I mean, I've got an infinite reverb here, so anything I do should add regeneration and total runaway. No matter what I add here, it should make it go crazy. The question is how much? And the answer is, let's find out. Thunder acquired. Let's see, what was cross mod? Flavor, I think. Yeah, it would have been that. Here's our infinite sustain with no thunder being added. And it wasn't doing anything right then. Yeah, I've dialed it back so much that it's not doing anything. So let's dial each of these things back by a order of magnitude, and we will quickly start seeing results. Because what we're doing definitely will make something happen. I was expecting the infinite feedback much before then. So what do we got now? Up, blew up. Okay, so there. That was too much. And this, it's not doing anything. And that went too much. So that part's not working quite correctly. So instead, I'm thinking I should add a much tinier amount, but much less filtered. And all right, I'm going on forever. Well, I'm making progress. I'll get back to this again next week, but the stuff I'm trying is interesting enough. So now Thunder is much less rolled off, but it is still going to hang on to subsonics, and we're adding much less of it. Honestly, this might actually not work out, which is fine. If it doesn't work out, that's fine. I'm just interested to see what can be made to happen with it. Okay, it didn't build up that time. might be starting to build up subsonics here. Not happening very fast though. You can probably see the meters. I think you can see the meters on stream. Kicking it in a little more. Okay, so that's not enough, so I need a little bit more room for adjustment. So thunder amount can be larger. 10 times larger means I'm going to be able to get more into my feedbacky zone, and we're still filtering, so in theory it should still do a thing. Basically, if it starts immediately going into DC offset and goes bloop, then that's useless. But it needs to gradually and slowly build up if we're feeding it with like a snare hit like this. Here, 10 times as much as it was. Is it going to start running away? This is a reverb. No, it's not running away. Okay, give me lots more. Actually, no, give me more. I'm going to need to throw another log on the fire pretty soon. I thought I was going to be done with this by then. This is too interesting to get away from. I assume you can see the meters. Oh, I think I hear something building. And it's going to go and run away. Oh, I know something I can do though. There's our thunder. That had my speakers going. Grrr. Let's not do that too hard. I don't want to hurt anything. Dangerous plugin. But I do know something I can do, which is, remember how we had regen going on? There. Now regen bass is going to be turning down the feedback depending upon how much thunder we have, which might or might not get in the way of what we're doing, but it's building up slowly enough that I feel satisfied with how that's working. In fact, I might even be able to get rid of the knob on it and just run with what we got. Like, firstly, let's give us more gain on it. Yeah, thunder, the idea there is, well, I can make it do infinite reverb, and the snare hit makes it sound kind of like a lightning strike. But why can't we also have the lightning strike gradually turn into distant thunder if it sustains for that long? So let's find out what we got right here. Full crank. Oh, what it's done is it's just turned it down a lot. Well, I know what to do there. Another calculation. make it much smaller and see whether that helps. That way, if it gets really huge, then it will start turning down regen eventually. I just don't know exactly how fast. See, we're doing the regen turn down by the input sample, but Thunder will also be sneaking up, but it's going to take it a while to get huge. And be sure to build. And yeah. And boom. Hearing the thunder coming on. Yeah, that's too much. So we'll turn it down if it builds up like that. And our way of doing it is probably fine, but I think I can actually space this out a little bit more, filter it a little bit more. And let's see what we got this time. The quickly improvising things into here is part of the process. Oh, interesting. So that was weird. Didn't expect that. Let's see whether maybe this change was what made that happen. I'm going to start smelling burning electronics if I keep this shit up. My subwoofers will fling themselves from the drivers and fall on the ground. So we're not doing the pre-filtering for the Thunder nearly as hard. And we can definitely dial back Thunder amount because we have it pushing fairly. We've turned it up rather a lot. Making the filter stop isn't going to work with this one, but I do have Infinity already released for that purpose. Starting to hear a bit of a thundery quality. I wonder whether I could maybe go about it the opposite way. Yep. And now we have a thundery thing that is sitting around at about 20 dB down. There's more noise again. Yeah, let's get away from that and let's filter what's going in less. It's still a 1:10 ratio, but we might be able to have it switch over to the deeper tones a little more aggressively than that. So it feels like it's bringing in the super lows, but very, very slowly. We're also feeding it in only in one of the tanks, but we can. That'll still work. So really what I'm trying to do here is add some sort of basic hugeness to the size of the reverb as it continues. levels are maybe sneaking up a little bit. See, this is a balance between what's sitting around sustaining in the infinite regeneration and the way that it builds up. I'm seeing it starting to build up, which is probably a good sign. We just don't want it to build up too much. And again, we can pull back the regeneration at any point. This is slightly more than infinite regeneration, the way this has worked out. Also, I think the way it's arranged, it's violating the householder algorithm a little bit, so you might be able to get continuous tones off of this stuff. It feels like this is a note. The question is it a controllable note or not? Hit. Our volume levels seem good for... Oh man, I can hear the studio desk vibrating from the subwoofers. This note coming through. You can plainly hear the note now, and that part's not great. So my next question is, will using an actual note make that a lower drone of the same note? Let's find out. And we've not begun to fool with the vibrato part either. That'll throw everything into chaos. Well, this time we're not getting the buildup of a note. What if we freak it out for a bit? Now we've got slightly more frequencies in the bath. Sounds like outer space. Let's do another couple of changes while we're at it. That will make it attenuate more, so we're going to go with slightly less of it, or indeed less than that. This is filtering. So we're going to go with a slightly lower roll-off. And this is our maximum thunder amount, so I want to be able to throw more in. So let's do as much as 4 times as much. And while I'm at it, I'm going to throw another log on the fire, seeing as we're doing a marathon of this. It's just too interesting. This business of trying to make lightning into thunder is just too interesting. keep stoking the fire or it'll go out. It's getting real cold up here in Vermont. Oh, and I have to remember to do the fluid damper thing, otherwise I'll pump a bunch of smoke in my room again. Just because I'm in the middle of working on a plugin doesn't mean I get to disregard things like that. On the contrary. I need to pay attention to them. Okay, that ought to fire up good. There we go. I'm going to give it a minute. Actually, you know what? Brief restroom break. I drank that cup of coffee like hours ago, man. Be right back. I'm back. Yeah. So yeah, that's what you get when it turns into one of these marathon sessions. And it's probably going to be the same thing for if I do music composition jams, is it'll start stretching out really long. If I can do things like put a camera up in the drum room and be able to do all these things and show them all, that would be very cool. But for the time being, let's keep fooling with this plugin. Build. I have just made it much louder in certain ways. So let's go back to the snare part, see what it does. Cranked up so much, it should build up lows very fast, but probably not feed them back to the point where they blow up, but they'll keep thundering along. Or maybe they will start feeding back. Yep, that's gonna be, it's feeding back a little more than it needs to be. And it's a definite note. Sounds like a gong. So why is it sounding like a gong? Probably because I could do that and cross it over a little lower. And And this might also show me to what extent that flavor setting is excessive. Not bad. What if we use half as much? We're building up a noise, so they're a thundery, drony noise. I gotta say, that's not that desirable. I gotta wonder whether maybe I can filter it in some other way. Is it raining out here? No, it is actually snowing a little tiny bit, which it was supposed to. It was supposed to be snowing. We're getting weird noises out of this now. Listen to that. That's not part of how the reverb is supposed to work, but it's doing it anyway. That's a little unpredictable. What would happen if and remember how yeah, I'll invert it. We'll see what we get when we invert it. I hear people shoveling snow out there. Probably early to do that. It's not quite done snowing yet. Let's see what we get when it's at the same level that it was before, or at least it will be if I turn it back up all the way, like this, but then also inverted. I hear a kind of humming noise. So here's how this works. It's feeding back in funny ways. And I'm running a dual mono, so each channel is operating differently. And the audible sound that I can hear that gets fed back to be audible is the amount of filtering that I'm doing on it to start off with, combined with the amount that it's driving regeneration into quietness. So if I filter it going into this variable more, I'll get less of that audible note happening. It's kind of undesirable. And we might be able to mess with it with like the vibrato. Or indeed produce different notes through different room sizes. And I'm hearing a real distinct note though, And it's only on one side, but this is a dual mono plugin, so in one instance it started making a note, and the other instance it didn't start making a note. Before, the note was on the other side. So this is a kind of an accidental occurrence there. I hear another note beginning to come out. But I'm also beginning to hear that low thundery stuff I was looking for. And I'm seeing that the fire is coming back into full force again. So I'm going to need to turn the damper on that before too long. Yeah, it's kind of droning. Let's do a really small room size and see what it does. Loud hum. It picks a different note, but I think the note has to do with the reverb constants rather than the notes coming in. Which is not great. It would be better if it had to do with the notes coming in. Enough, let's filter it harder. And I don't think the adding it negatively really helped very much. Let's go back to a larger range of adding this. And let's go back to a considerably smaller amount of note coming in. I could also add another layer of filtering, enhancing the lows even harder. Because this is one pole of filtering, but I could do more. Or I could do a version of this for each of the tanks, instead of doing it in just one tank. Or I could do it from I don't have to go by prev D here. That's the end result of feedback H. Since we're doing feedback E, I could operate it from feedback E directly and filter that, see if that maybe gets me anything more useful. What I'm doing is I'm taking the thing that I'm filtering and feeding back from a different place in the algorithm to see whether it's going to reinforce other things rather than sort of that consistent note. And I've also got the gain turned up enough so that I'm really going to notice when it does. Okay, that was a lot. That's a consistent state. Well, it's a note. If I set it to this, it doesn't quite get into feedback. It's resonating real hard. Let's change room size a little. Oh, now it's getting too distorted. Let's bounce room size around to make it thunder and crunch, and then adjust flavor until we have a loud but not wildly distorted degree of feeding back on it. Because this is looking real promising. I'm feeling a lot of thunderousness here. I'm not sure how much you can hear the subsonic stuff shaking around, but I got a bunch of subsonic stuff shaking around in here. And here's my level of feedback at a higher pitch. Let's tone it down a bit. I'm not sure how much of this you can hear, but I got a lot of low frequencies rumbling around in here. So if we can do this, let's take it down to 0.5. We do have a super, so I can see my woofers moving, visibly moving. I hear a kind of note, but what's really going on, there's extreme subs in there as well as the audible note. I'm scared to look at the real subs. I mean, what I'm talking about is just the NS10 woofers. If we take regen down, you can probably see the meters there. I've got a bunch of DC vibrations going on in here, which is not really what I wanted, but it was kind of the purpose of the exercise, is to get thunder. I just didn't necessarily want the thunder to be literally just, oh hi, DC offset. That's all we're doing. Okay, so that's one way of doing it. Crank the regen up. Let's start to see at what point are we guaranteed to have that feedback happen, because we'll set it up like that. It seems like it's a good enough point of entry back into the feedback and good enough frequencies that it's giving us sort of the right tone, and it's just a question of what's sustaining and what's not. If I set it to just a hair below sustaining, it'll be probably about as good as I can expect. I can already hear it regenerating. Let's do it at tiny room sizes, if indeed it will let me. Yep, got a subsonic note. If I stop the subsonic note taking over, well, I mean, your only input is my full speaker system and this microphone. Anything you're hearing is not only coming through the microphone, but is also being put into my room at high sound pressure levels. Remember, I have the 4 12-inch isobarically loaded subwoofers that I built myself that cost you about $100 or so to make. And I guess you can say that they obviously work. But everything, there's no DI. There's no DI input here. Everything you're hearing is in the room. Let's go back into this. Well, it's giving me a feedback anyway. Is there a point where it stops feeding back at all? Let's see what we got. I don't know quite what you mean, Sign Nothing. Oh, yeah, we're starting to see some feedback on one channel and not the other. This all might not actually work. I'm not really quite sure. I feel like it would be a factor of using these various things. There's our feedback note. Bear in mind, this is like the smallest room size. What it would sound like without regeneration is this. So impressive that I can do that on this small of a room size. If it's much larger, then the regeneration is going to be more spread out. It is tending to go into a continued note. That there is a continued note being this. I can make it be louder, but I can't seem to make it stop being just a note. And a note is not what I was looking for. Maybe there's a random factor I can do to... I do have randomness on tap. That's part of my... Time to see what we can do here. Thunder amount. FPD times 1.18. Let's steal this and start doing stuff with it, seeing what we get. This is just attenuating. That's just what's keeping it from going into complete runaway. So thunder amount is this big. This is our avoiding denormalization. So this is incredibly tiny. So if we were to do thunder times this, it ain't going to do anything anymore because it's too small. But the smaller this number gets, the more it's going to start to happen. And this is a very high-pitched noise, but it is in fact a noise, meaning that it will be bringing in thunder on an irregular basis, and maybe that will start giving me the irregular behavior I was looking for. So for now, this no longer does anything. And at the tiny levels I'm at, I'm betting it's not going to feed back at all. Flavor slider is now gone. There is no flavor slider. What do we got? See, this is gone. It doesn't mean anything. We've got a sustaining thing, but we're not getting that thunder quality in there. It's just hanging out. Let's juice this up some. Instead of 37, 32. Oh no, wait, hang on. That's in the wrong place. I saved it. Undo that. This is the one I want to change. That's many orders of magnitude louder. The question is that enough to actually make a difference in what it's doing or not? Because at some point it's going to go roar and freak out and feed back. I might even be able to take away the regen damping factor if this works. What do we got? So I don't hear anything building up yet. I'm going to say that's acting like it's still not loud enough to bring in my thunder effect. As we know, if it was on full volume but carefully controlled in loudness, it would give us a note. But this is no longer a note. This is now tied into the noise shaping random number. But it ain't doing it, so we're going to go and fool a little more. And let us remove entirely for now the, we're no longer controlling the regeneration based on this thunder thing. But for the, it won't matter, wouldn't matter. 30, another couple of orders of magnitude. So we're no longer controlling this anymore. If it starts to feed back, it will just feed back to the point of overloading and blowing up the audio. But we're sneaking upwards bit by bit. Bit by bit, fluctuating and sneaking in that feedback factor, but that is now tied to the same noise source that I'm using to dither the floating point. So that is now tied to noise. It doesn't dial back more ever. But in theory, this should start turning into thunderous rumbling. Or failing that, it will turn into DC offset, or I don't know what. I'm hearing a note. Probably has to do with the room size. We probably can expect that it will just tend to do that. That's not as noisy as I would expect it to be. On the other hand, it's not... Oh, no, that's starting to become louder. Yeah, there's the note. I didn't really want it to be a note. But at a room size this small, that's kind of what I'm going to get. This is the worst case scenario for making this work. I don't think it can really do thunder at this frequency. I'm looking at the woofers and they don't seem to be moving the way they would. It is showing up in only one channel. That's by accident. That has to do with room size. Like, this is starting to get into a useful zone for me. Let's stop that and make our noise source just a little bit louder. Oh yeah, my laptop is working harder. I can hear its fan going. This is the older one. I'm going to take this entire part out. There, I stopped doing that and it started settling down. That's it, little old machine. Whatever I was doing was upsetting it. Let's do one more thing. I'm going to make the thunder have even lower quality to it. And I'm thinking about delaying the onset of it slightly, but still leaving it as the one that it's directing itself to. It's only feeding into a single... Maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe I should be picking something that'll be a better choice. It's going to be prev A, B, C, or D. I originally had prev D. Let's just experiment. Let's see what this does. And I just made the feedback louder, so in theory, this is going to go into a note or whatever it does faster. And remember, I still have that noise factor in there. The noise factor is supposed to stop it being a note. I'm not sure if that actually works. The idea is to get it to work. The idea is to get it so that the noise factor stops it from noting. Even when set to this infinite quality. Flicker does nothing anymore. We're not getting a runaway. We're getting a note, but we're not getting a runaway. Let's make it extreme until we totally get a runaway. Like many, many times as loud. This is going to be many, many times as loud. And with a better luck, this will just go boom immediately. I'll go from the opposite direction. I'll make it just blow up and distort like crazy, and then I'll fix it. Otherwise, I could keep creeping in this direction forever. Time for our explosion. Not as much of an explosion as I thought. It was not as much of an explosion as I was led to believe. Alrighty. Well, you know what that means. FPD needs to be made even larger. This also explains why the noise factor wasn't helping. We're not going in a runaway. This is absolutely not going into runaway. I need to make it go farther. I bet this will, though. See, it's FPD, which is the random number. It can be quite large, times 1.18e, or it can be 1.0e for all the difference it would make, and 10 decimal places to this direction. So it's 0.00000000000000001. Let's see what we got. Might still not be enough. I might need to be... I'm not sure like how much scientific notation is going to help me here. Let's see what we got. At some point it's just going to be a loud explosion of noise, and I'll have to stop it instantly. Like that. Like that. Okay, we found it. Let's go close to that 10 and go from there. That was good and loud, wasn't it? See, now I know that it does a thing. Now we're gonna approach it from the other direction. Hope it didn't hurt my speakers to do that as loud as I was doing it, but at least it served a purpose. Do we have volume runaway? Not quite. Fallen back a little bit, I think. Now let's go up slower than we were. I'll go up by 2 orders of magnitude and see if that's loud. At some point it's going to go and that'll show me the range I need to be in. This might be it. Minus 10 decimal places was just kaboom instantly. So less explosives. Gentler, nicer explosives. By the way, I can move my fooling with my fire again. Can't do these really long duration things without attending to other matters. That being one of them. I'm also going to need to make food at some point. or at least get it ready to be made later. In fact, let me do that. Put the log on the fire, put the damper over, and get something defrosting. Because it's almost like 4. And this is very productive, but it's running really late. All right, back. I'm not going to be making another cup of coffee because it's getting too late in the day to make one. What do we got? We've got forward verb. Are we now going to build up into a runaway burst of noise? I feel like I hear noise in there somewhere. But it's not. It's starting to die away. All right, still going. Slower this time. 15 decimal places. If I can get this to do the thing, I'll do it with the note, and then once we're finished doing that, we'll put actual music on. It feels kind of like I hear noise back in there somewhere. Yeah, we're not getting runaway, we're not getting the noise, we're not ready, we're not quite there yet. Remember, 10 meant immediate meltdown and death, so we're not going to go immediately to something like that. 10 was way too loud. Remember, each of these is a decimal place. This is a factor of 10 each time. Nothing so wrong with having proved that it does something by making it blow up. Now I'm approaching it more slowly. Boom. Definitely not runaway, definitely not blowing up. Unlucky number 13, except for maybe it'll be lucky for us because we're trying to make things blow up. Wouldn't it be funny if this was the one? Because the thing is, since this is a kind of random source, just by the process of statistics, could probably break up the drone effect with this. I feel like I hear a note. I feel like a note is coming in. See the speakers move. I'm beginning to see those subs coming. It's on this side. hear it, but it's only happening on that one side. Oh no, now it's both. And now we have runaway. Now it's blowing up. Time to stop. Okay. Let's put back in the regen. Well, do we want to though? We've just found the way to put that in. So if our regen dials back by that much, if thunder is happening, find a sweet spot. Do you remember, anybody remember what the number was when I had it? We'll make it be that for now. Now that we have a level that does go into our thunder effect, and we can also double this so it'll be slightly higher in pitch, which might affect the noise factor of it a little bit, maybe, you're not sure. Well, let's see what we got. We definitely got within the range of what the thunder effect would need in order to start feeding back. And remember, we're doing this on the smallest room size, which is the worst case scenario for making this actually be a thing. It's most likely to make an ugly drone and least likely to sound anything like thunder. Speakers. I feel like I'm hearing a thunder equality, but it's a little hard to tell. We're about to get another snare hit, that might help. Oh yeah, it's coming along. Happening now is it's stopping it from going into speaker killing loudness, but we're definitely getting our sound. But it's not so much a random sound as much as I would have wanted. Instead, it is just here's a crazy thought. What if we don't want that delay tap in there at all? What if we only want the random source being added? What do we get then? And will it feel like low frequency stuff? Because we will still have a filter available. Let's play with that. So here's where our noise was. Thunder can be a tiny, tiny volume thing, so it doesn't actually have to be anything more than literally that. And that was all screwed up. That's supposed to be a multiply. No wonder it wasn't working. Let's throw this in here. Let's return this to 0.001. It could be even smaller. And now we're going to have this. Let's make it even slower. IIR filter that should track only the extreme lows, and we're no longer interested in using the regeneration that we're using for this stuff. Now Thunder doesn't even need to be there. It could be sitting up here for all the difference it would make. And all this stuff is just the filter quality there. This was originally set up to fall off in frequencies. Let me make a quick note about that. So that'll show me what to do next time. Right now we're running 3 samples, so it's dying away a little faster than it would necessarily do. Snare silence is the 44.1K file. I had changed it to a 96K to test, and that's when I went for the 3 samples. So that's falling off a little faster than it would. But let's quickly see whether we can add a filtered noise into this feedback quality that's just being added. And I do not know whether I'm just going to end up adding a quantity of DC offset here. It's possible that this should be balanced. Like this is the FPD, and this is all going to be a positive factor. So, well, we'll see. Let's find out. Let's find out what it does. Because remember, if it goes into regen and turns it down, then it'll turn everything down. So it can only add so much DC offset. If there's literally no regen restriction at all, then let's quickly see what we have first of all. What do we got? I'm going to turn the overall volume down here with all of this stuff. My speakers are melting. My speakers are melting. That was at a volume level that did a thing. What do we got? It's definitely falling back. So we increase. Our filtering seems good, but this number needs to get smaller. How much smaller? We don't know yet. And we're not necessarily centering it very well. Although we can do that by having Thunder diminish slightly more than the new one gets added. That would work. It would still be a little teeny bit of DC offset, but I could get it to dial back the DC offset to some extent anyhow. Now what do we got? I see the level sneaking up a little bit. They're staying. No, they're sneaking back down again. Not really. They're kind of continuing. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to go one more decimal place. We're going to give it a try. And then we are going to actually apply and record it so we can look at the output and see what it does. We're not going to save what we did, but we're going to record it. So firstly, let's see whether this does a runaway. Well, it sure doesn't blow up. I'm going to need to add a little more gain. Only 9 decimal places away then. We are applying it at a much more rolled off way. So the actual hiss noise of it is almost nil now. That might mean we can go to -6 before it just blows up with insane volume. So we're going to see how this shoots out for us. We got noise. Maybe. And maybe not. More. 10 times as much. Now let's see what we get. I can hear snow plows outside. What we got now? Okay, that's starting to look more like runaway. It's not dropping below being fully in the red. We're definitely getting something out of this. I don't know, it seems to be less of it than there was. Let's go one step farther and then we can probably do this measurement. Or indeed, this, but less filtering. That'll be about the same thing. But it'll start hitting at a higher frequency, and that might be what we want. Okay, so far we can't hear any of this. We're seeing some of it on the meters, maybe, but we can't hear any of it. Go. Looks like we got our runaway. Maybe? Oh, it's acting like it. Yeah, those are louder than they were before. Now, apply and close. What happened? As predicted. This offset has led it to be slightly higher. So I need to balance that out in order to get it into an audible range, because it's kind of too much, but I can assume that I believe I can figure out how to make that work though. But you see what I mean? How starts out like this, fairly centered. By the time we're done, more of it is over this central line than under it. It's having frequency added to it. Not only that, we can, don't save. Now that we know that's happening, let's just look at what it does. Because I know a thing I can do to affect that in this very calculation. Though I'm going to want to work out what the... I'll figure it out. Bit by bit, I'll figure it out. Yep, I've just made it so that there's probably more. And maybe I'll just dial it in by hand. We'll see. It doesn't have to be perfect. I can add a slight centering force in there, which would probably be a fine idea. Now I apply it, and this is the full-on. Oh, God. It went crazy. It's too much. Look at that. Oh, dear. Okay, so glad I didn't try to listen to that. That's kind of messy. Undo. So yeah, doing that was bad. So 1.0, let's call it times 2.0. That's going to make it twice as loud as it was rather than 10 times as loud as it was. And now we're going to see it sneak off the screen in a more characteristic way. And we're not going to listen to it because I'm glad I didn't try to listen to that last one. Now, when you process this, you get... Oh, wait, I said I wasn't going to try to listen to it. Whoop. And it ends up most definitely offset. Let's double that again. Some of this is going to need to be done without listening to it because I'm trying to dial in the DC offset, and that is inconvenient. Let's tone down the volume a little bit more and see what it does. Yep. And this is what it looks like when the regeneration is starting to build up, but it's not building up linearly. Instead, it's kind of one-sided. In fact, this is kind of weird. It's hanging up mostly up here now, and I'm not really quite sure why that is. What does this sound like when it starts off? We got a definite offset thing going on, that's for sure. So Thunder. If we dial Thunder back, what do we get? Because we're definitely applying this random noise and it's making something happen. But our adding of Thunder is just offsetting everything real hardcore. And I'm not thrilled about that. I'm thinking maybe it should be doing something else. Or we could have a little fun by adding it to all of the things. Let's... or... Do you see how I might be able to handle this? I can subtract it from every other one, and then it will do even weirder stuff. But if I am adding it half the time and subtracting it half the time, and it's the same number, it's going to do weird things in the delay buffers, but it shouldn't add a DC offset because I'm adding it in both directions at once in different places. So let's see what even... Let's see what even. We're starting to get real creative here. Firstly, let's see if it does terrible DC offset. Oh wait, apply. That is building up in gain, but not doing any particular DC offset. I think we might be onto something here. I mean, it's not great what it's doing, but it's not going in one direction or another any particular way. Undo, back to being able to listen to it, because it's not making my speakers die through voltage. Okay, I can plainly hear noise. We might be onto something. We might be onto something here. That has rapidly replaced the sound with a sort of throbbing rumble. Oh God, now what? Okay, whatever it did something terrible. That was not meant to make regen go so high. That's a little crazy. Time to turn down the amplifiers again. Why would it be doing this? Oh, I see. Because regen equals regen base times 0.1 times Fab's input sample plus Fab's thunder, which is now a crazy value that could be just damn near anything and is tending to be large. Let's take that away entirely now. Yeah, whoops. So regen was being made into an insane value. We don't want that. I'm also wondering whether maybe I need to be, well, let's first experiment a little bit. We have now taken that out. What do we get? And thunder is turning itself down. What I'm wondering, let's do another thing. That stuff started getting so loud and I was plainly hearing the noise, so let's filter that more. We're now doing 10 times as much filtering and we're still ending up rolling off slightly. However, FPD is always a large value, so that doesn't gain as much. And that's a bit of a problem. I'm pondering. We might still want to, let's put that stuff back for the moment and see what we've got here. I'm probably still going to want to make thunder bipolar rather than just 0 to plus any amount, because it's going 0 to really high positive amounts, and that's what's causing some of our problems. I'm going to need to make it go smaller again. Because here's the thing. We're doing FPD times 0.00000.4, but FPD might be a really huge number. It is, let's go and look at our information here. It is unsigned int 32. Unsigned int 32 means it's 0 to some astronomically huge number. On the other hand, since it is a unsigned int 32, I can probably find out what its maximum value is and have that and then subtract it. So maybe that's what I should do. Maybe that's what I should do right away. Oh, I have an even better idea. So now if I work out what that number is, and I can look it up, fire this off. uint32 max value is going to tell me what it is. It is 4,294,966,000. That's the number. I wonder if Google will tell me the answer. Divided by 2. No. But that's fine. Copy that, paste it into a calculator. Probably will ignore the commas, and I'll be able to get my number easily enough. Clicked on the wrong thing. Boop. By 2 equals. So, FBD minus 214 748 3647. And that should center it. That should be in the middle. Because the thing about this random noise generator is that it is going to generate random values over the entire range of that number. So twice this is the maximum range. And subtracting it means let's see what this does. Let's see what this does. Worst that'll happen is everything will blow up loudly again, and I've turned my volumes down a little bit, so I'm probably not going to hurt anything if I do. What do we got? Let's first generate it just to look at what we got. Yep, that gets bigger as it goes, and it distorts, but I should be able to handle it by sort of turning it down. So let's hear it. I hear the noise. Not only that, now I can do something else too, which is, since that was a loud noise and was able to make it attenuate, we're going to filter it harder so that it's more at just low frequencies and less that hissy quality. And we're also making it turn itself down slightly faster than it's getting turned up, and now it's balanced, so it's going to be centering around 0 and it's going to be slowly tapering on the whole. That's also going to be cutting the output level by a factor of 10. Because I moved a decimal place. And now we look at it again. I moved it by a factor of 10 and the effect went away. Let's move it by a factor of 10 again. And let's not save that. More noise coming in. E7. If I need to move it by less than a factor of 10, I can adjust this from like 4 to 2 or 1 or 8 or something. That's doubling it rather than doing it by a factor of 10. So let's go from here. And again, we're trying to get it so that it sort of blooms and boosts and builds up, but it builds up in the sense of thunder rather than building up in the sense of anything else. That is indeed building up. Now, what did it sound like when it did? Kind of hearing the noise in there. Starting to feel a kind of thundery quality. So here's what we can do now is it's falling back faster than we're adding the new variables. And I'm thinking I can also dial this back some too. Let's make that be, in fact, let's put this back and do it entirely the other way. Let's do it entirely by noise is less. Noise seemed a little bit loud. And we are definitely dialing it back, but we'll now see what we get. That should be, the noise level should be 10 dB down. Wait, I just did that. And I call it a day at some point. I do have some food thawing, so it's like I'm not going to hose myself completely for the entire day. But this is turning into a major undertaking. This is turning into forward verb gains thunder, which is interesting in its own right, I guess. Definitely feeling a little thunderiness in there. So the question now becomes, when we hit it next, is it going to blow up into crazy overload and distortion? And the answer is no, not really. Feels like we're getting different things happening, and since we don't have the dial back factor, Regen is dialing back, but the reverb tanks are not. So that can lead to funny effects. And remember, we're all in the smallest room size again. If we were doing this on infinity or a feedback reverb, it would be an ugly clang, which sound like a tiny, tiny closet. These are made of different stuff. Feeling a certain throbbing in here, and the general levels are behaving okay. We might be on this. We might be in with this. This might be as good as it's going to get. Because remember, this is with room size at 0. Previously, or using a feedback effect on it, it would cause a honking noise or just a note. getting a lot going on, but we're not getting a note. Oh, cool. This is how it builds up from nothing. Sounds like an industrial accident. I'm going to do that again. I'm going to make regen be nothing when it goes through to hit this thing. And then once it's finished doing that, I'm going to turn it up on just the background noise. What do we got? Okay, I'm kind of into this. This is making a sort of room tone, a sort of room walla. And it's plainly audible. And it's all because regen is cranked up as far as it'll go. Let's do something else. Let's take it right down. Put rim size to much bigger and see what it does now. Regen all the way up. Neat. This is bringing in noise that's building up entirely inside the reverb tanks, so it's a live room now. I didn't foresee this. What do we have if we cut it back? Yeah, this is audible noise in here. Might not want that. It's kind of cool, but maybe it needs to be tied to literally the regen control. So if the regen was as low as it can get, you don't have any of this noise added. Like here we go with the bang. Actually coming along. Yeah, we got live room walla in here, which is neat in its way, but it's not actually giving me the also it's too bright. I know, I need to add another layer of filtering. So here's what we're going to do now is we're doing Thunder A and Thunder B. And then we're going to use Thunder B to drive these. And it is going to give us live room walla, so it's going to be accurate to what the sound of the verb is like. And that's good. I was liking that. But it was just too bright. It was just too bright. Also might not want to have it be this exact thing, but we'll see. Meaning that now we need to go and find where we instantiated that and do two of them. A and B. And we need to go into the beginning, because the reason I need to double filter that is because the hiss, although it's making the room sound live, it's the opposite of what I was trying to do with making a thundery quality. It sounded very live, but it was far louder than it needed to be. And if I can filter that out, I can still have some activity, but it'll be much more distant seeming. So over to here. Thunder A and Thunder B. Because the concern here is you're adding noise. That's literally what I'm doing. This is no longer feedback of the reverb thing, unless I just multiply it by the amplitude of something. That could work too. Might be worth doing. But I can do that several ways. Here's one of them. I think I've got this set up so that, yep, Thunder A, Thunder B. And I've now got this set up so that it is taking in, doing another level of this. So what I can do is bring in the feedback that was originally a drone. And also turn that bit down. And now let's see what we've got. We just hacked a big sonic change into this, and I'm not really quite sure what it will do, but we're going to find out. What we're doing is we're now filtering that noise that we had before to be much, much darker by going through another stage of filtering. So rather than being white noise, now it's much darker noise. So we can hardly hear it. And in applying it, we're also applying it with the feedback of the reverb thing. So if they are silent, then the noise becomes silent. So that means we have to fire it on to regeneration in order to get anything to happen. So let's see what we got. We'll get those notes back again if this works and does what I think it will. Let's go to the small room size. That makes it happen faster. Oh boy, we're loud. So the Roomwalla, the note, is now filtered through a heavy low-pass filter, and also through the literal raw noise source that I had, which was already low-pass filtered. So we might be getting something happening here. It absolutely requires regen to be on, because it absolutely requires there to be something in the filter to work with. And I'm beginning to hear that note come back. So actually doing this, I'm not going to get that background noise that I had before that made it sound like a live room, and that's a bit of a concern. I'm not entirely sure that this is a good result. Like I'm getting that note more and more. It's starting to really build up. But I'm not able to get the noise of having the regen all the way up and all wet, and then having it sound like a live room, having it sound like, oh, that's Roomwalla. That's literally the sound of the world transmitted through this room. And I kind of wanted that, so let's ditch that and go back to not having feedback E in here. And now we're going to have straight up low pass filter on what I had. And let's make it 10 times as loud, because we have just made it 10, 100, 1,000 times is filtered. So that probably ought to bring it back into the audible range again without making it too overwhelming. We'll find out. Sometimes when I say things aren't going to be too overwhelming, the entire world explodes. Fun, fun, fun. What do we got? Do we have the Romala? Well, one thing we have is some kind of DC offset floating around inside here somewhere, although I don't think it's getting into the output, but it is affecting. Oh yeah, that's a low frequency throbbing noise. And we just made one of our channels be really loud. So the low frequency throbbing noise was a problem. Let's address some of that. Now it's going to be much less darkened, but back to the original volume. Because being much less darkened, it's also going to throw less subsonic frequencies. We really don't need DC offset here. Thunder is all very well, but when you can't hear it and it just hurts your woofers and stuff, then that's no fun. I had a excessively bright sounding thing going on. Here's our low frequency walla. Okay, this might not be thunder, but it's interesting. I do need to set both of these to dial themselves back a little bit though, because right now all it's doing is it's accepting a gradual Brownian motion. And that's cool, but I can straighten that out. Oh wait, nope. We'll do this as well. So both of these are getting the new information coming in, but they're dying away a little faster than the new information can possibly come in. So they're both going to attenuate themselves to some extent. And I am now questioning whether, well, first let's listen to some of the other walla. Like before it was too bright, that might be too dim. Let's see what it sounds like with just this. So. It's coming along nicely. Man, I've had wildly varying numbers of people coming and checking all of this out all day long. I totally didn't mean to be doing this all day long, but hey, whatever's right. Here's our background noise. Smallest room size. It is kind of suitably thundery. And remember, if I dial it back exactly comparable to what I add, then we can get into sort of runaways. But if I dial it back faster than I add, it should gradually return to 0. Oop, that was loud. Okay, this is working pretty good. It's kind of loud. Granted, the sound is even louder, but as far as background noise, -2 is higher than one normally wants background noise, thank you. Even at full regeneration. So I would say it's time to address some of these things. That's the thing, is when you crank the regeneration all the way up, it kind of goes infinite. And it sounds like a real acoustic space of some kind, but we got to tune this a little bit. Here's how we tune it. We've got about the right tone. The tone is being set by Thunder B, which is being attenuated continually, and added to by Thunder A, so it's 2 poles of IIR filtering, and that's what's causing the super low bass to happen. Now, I can dial that further back. And I can dial this back to 9997, which will make it get quieter faster than we add new noise. We've got about the right level of noise, it's just that it builds up so much when we have the regen going. And if we center these sort of noise source things more, while also adding it in alternate things. Here's something else I should do, though, is I should find out what it sounds like adding it to only 2 of the bins, because all I need to do is add it to one of them positively, one of them negatively, and it'll balance. Actually, now that I have, now that it balances itself, that actually won't matter. So let's see what happens when I add it in just only one place. In theory, it should still be as good as it was, but it's going to be quieter now. Cut the regen back. Okay, this sounds very live. If you can see the meters there, that's arguably too loud for background noise to exist. It's cool. I'm not sure if it's exactly useful. Maybe I need to use it to apply the increase in regen, the over 1 regen. There's a realism to this, though. Here, let's stop this snare silence and go with the note and see what the vibe is out of doing this one. First, we'll do it with the tiny, tiny room size and full regen, of course. You could definitely hear the noise sort of taking over. And the sound is fading away into Roomwalla. Oh, there it is again. Sorry about that. Now, if we did have regen not at ultimate full crank, what will we get? There's our background Roomwalla. And that's close to minus 30 literal background noise. So that is not great. Not ultimately thrilled by that part. Although granted, this is still with the room size of almost nothing. Maybe, yeah, because the thing is, like, if this is tied to what's in the buffers, it will transform the buffers into like Roomwalla or noise or whatever. But maybe that's the secret. Is that now I am, instead of modulating the room buffers by noise, I'll modulate the noise that I'm putting in by what's in the room buffers, but it is actually just the noise. Because the thing is, if I have regen as very low, it should be able to drop to silence. There should be a continuation between minimum buffer, which is about 0.5 feedback, to maximum buffer, which is the full sustain, which gradually gets replaced by Walla. But these partial ones shouldn't have this like continual loud background noise going on. I don't feel that that belongs in a reverb very much. There's got to be a way of doing this. So yeah, here we got Thunder B. So if we were only adding this by the absolute value of feedback E, which is just coming in again, times Fab's feedback E, then we've got our noise, we've got our filtered noise. It sounds about right. We're feeding it into the tank, but we're only feeding it as loud as the stuff that was already there. So absolute max, well, I guess that depends upon how loud feedback E is, because you see if feedback E goes louder than 1, we're cranking up our gain enormously. So one thing we can do is just straight up clamp it. And we can do that by a simple sine function, because that's going to make feedback E, no matter what it is, it's either going to be positive 1 or negative 1, absolute max. And if we do an absolute value of that, then no matter what it is, it's going to be 0 to 1 absolute max. And it might cancel out if it gets too extreme, but if it gets louder and louder, it's not going to go louder than 1. So we're going to be diminishing things, and that should actually work just fine and do what was expected. So what we do now is dive into this again. We'll fire up note silence, and we'll see whether we get our interesting walla and background noise, but not if we have regen lower. Here we go. Didn't expect that, but it's kind of neat. It's like distant rattlings of metal framework somewhere. And rather than going into runaway, it's starting to fall away because our output levels cannot actually be too overwhelming this way. Oh, there's our sound again. I think those rattly noises are literally the effect that we just made. And as it continues, it turns into this. We are hearing a sort of rumbly quality going on. Yeah, this is very alive. There's a lot going on in this. And then if we kill the regen all the way, we pretty much get nothing out of it. And if we have like half, it's definitely falling off. More. Those are some interesting overtones off there in the background, I gotta say. That's a little unusual. I'm not really quite sure what's up with that. We do have the smallest reverb size, though. Yeah, it's acting like there's a shimmer effect in there. Now, what happens if I have a bigger reverb size? Loud stuff gets into that shimmery effect. I can probably dial it back by scaling down the intensity of that feedback effect. It's the wave folding that it's doing, the sine factor that's an absolute value. That's what's causing that. Let's see what we get when we do a little bit of that and then slam the regen up. See, this is kind of neat. It's definitely doing a thing. That's with our note. So let's try something else. Let's try the snare sound. We haven't gotten back to music for hours and hours and hours. But that's fine, because some of this stuff needs to be done with test signals. So let's see, regen, not fully cranked, and then quickly throw it up. It's definitely stopping us from getting into noise runaway. We're also losing loudness in our background noise because now we're applying it this way. Let's dial back feedback E so we don't go into that wave folding thing quite so fast. And turn up, do we need to turn up the noise that much? I don't know. Turn up the noise by a factor of 10 and see what we get. Why not? And we'll go with the note version. Because we'll more easily be able to hear when it turns into something else rather than having the version that's literally a snare hit, and that already sounds like noise. And regen down low, and get ready to weird, okay. Now we're in a railway station. Wow. It's turning into overload. Crazy. It's cool though. This is before even 1 minute has gone by. Arguably too much of that effect, but man, this is cool sounding. Yeah, welcome to the railway station, man. That is a strong, powerful, weird, interesting sound, that is. So we've got too much noise going on in here. Let's see what happens. Can we dial it? Can start fading away this way. Yeah, we definitely added way too much of that, but it was interesting to explore because I'm not sure anybody's ever run across a noise quite this weird before. I don't believe anybody's done this because this is a weird path. Oh, listen, now it's another kind of wallow. Quite a lot of regen in here. If we dial it back even more, bet you anything we're still going to have noise floating around. Could be mistaken though. Yeah, the way this... Yikes, okay. The way this fades away is a little strange. Also bear in mind this is with the bigger room size again, so smaller is like this. Oh my god. Okay. Did not expect that. We now have a ping sound with falling down crap in an adjacent room. Check this out. It gets weird. very weird. So we don't need that noise source to be that loud. The noise source being that loud is causing it to do really strange things. Let's make it back to 7. And let's see, the feedback of this times the sine of, let's try literally another tank and see what that does. Because these weird boostings of volume seem like inadvisable. That's not what you necessarily want. Suddenly you're in Gringotts. Suddenly the Hogwarts Express is like underneath the ground. Not what we want. Well, I don't know, maybe it is, but so we're gonna build that, and we're gonna have a different reverb tank driving it. And the amplitude of it all became much quieter. I could be turning down this too. Oh, I think I see something. No, we're fine. Feedback H being larger or smaller is going to make it go towards the peak of its sine or anti-sine faster. So if I had it feedback H times some large number, it would just wavefold it like crazy and would get really high-pitched artifacts. Me dialing it back is more just making it take longer to get to that full crank, where it's adding the full amount of Thunder B in the process of doing all this. So let's see where we got to so far. We're probably going to have to pick up on this again next week. That said, I am so pleased that I can actually run the microphone direct into the stream that I am not complaining. But we're not going to be doing any music jams today. Not going to have any energy for them. Failed to initialize. Well, let's try that again, shall we? Build. That should be good. It says build succeeded. Maybe I tried to copy it before it was finished being built. Let's try that again, see what we get. Apparently, we're not able to open that file quite. So let's try that again from scratch. There we go. Shut down the program fully. There we go. So now I have it slowly changing into something else. That's a loud beep, by the way. And I can hear the notes and sort of machinery sounds coming in. It's only 30 seconds. So I'm thinking something we can do is make it happen slower. Feedback H times 0.25 instead of 0.5. So it's going to go into its sine wave thing slower than it did, so it's going to be even less likely to be wavefolding. And now that we hit it with our loud noises and high frequency beeps, just as it was before, it sounds a little more like the actual note. I don't know, I still hear a lot of that noise. See, the thing about this is that if I make this be literally nothing, it will neutralize that noise element. And what we will have is, instead of those machinery noises and sort of vibey stuff going on, we will have literally just the sound of the feed-forward reverb with its regeneration. And what we were going to do is feed in some of that noisy stuff. The question is how much. So we'll go back, we'll try 0.2 because it still felt as if it was getting into a thing. Might actually need or want more than this. Might actually want to like dial back that some and increase this. Because some of the sound I was objecting to was in fact part of the feed-forward algorithm and not this new stuff that I've added. So, back to this, make another loud beep and hear what it does. I should get a little bit of that wavefoldiness, and I should get more of a sense of noise and ambience rather than just the sound of like grinding of the feed-forward algorithm at the incredibly small room size that I'm using. Also, the more of this I include, the more everything kind of takes off a little bit with regeneration runaway. Although it's starting to fade off now, so that might be an interesting point suggesting that I could add more. But at the same time, it's being replaced by the ambient noise. The note up there, shouldn't necessarily be all replaced by background noise and like reverb walla and ambience. So that stuff is getting a little bit loud, or more than a little bit loud. But our additional sounds in here maybe don't need to be this loud at this stage. Like, you can plainly hear a lot of other stuff going on. And it's distracting from the feed-forward basic reverb tone. But it shouldn't be too wildly different from that. So let's experiment a little bit more. We can definitely survive having the fabs go a little bit louder than that. Thunder B could probably do with being a little quieter still. The raw noise source can end up being a hair louder simply by doing this with it. It'll wind up going to larger numbers this way. Sorry, Chris. Wait until the British knight me, and then that makes sense. And there are other developers that do live streams. I just dove in with it because I've been doing this a lot, and this is like the way I work makes, I think, more sense for live streams than a lot of people, because I'm trying stuff left and right. I don't necessarily always know what it'll do, so it's dramatic, and I can make stuff change or happen real fast, rather than just sitting there going like, and now I add the, filter element of blah-de-blah-de-blue. Instead, it's like, okay, let's do this weird thing to the algorithm and see what happens, and it does this. That sounds cool, right? I'm going to say, yeah, that does count. That does sound cool. And we're even getting a little closer to that region of being able to make thunder out of it, which was the original idea. Was make this so that it is thunderous when it sustains long enough. Now we're adding noise, so that kind of is doing the thing. Let's do a very different room size. We're going to have a killer ambient deep reverb plugin on the end when we're done with this. You'll have to be a little careful with what you feed into it, but yeah. Just a hint of shimmer in there. Seriously, 2 in a reverb wouldn't be a good idea. And I'll tell you why. It's because the insides of a reverb are very sensitive. So you couldn't really do this stuff in seriously without having it just blow up. I would put seriously on after this and dial in sort of the general space that it produces, because it winds up going very wide all on its own. That's a good super loud note. A certain amount of noise in it, not overwhelmingly. It does tend to fall back very slightly eventually. And then when we turn the regeneration down,